Colleagues, can we take our seats? It's already 10:05. Mr. Mtubizweni, we've not adopted the agenda as yet. Okay. A very good morning, honourable colleagues of the Portfolio Committee. A very good morning to Dr. Tembe from the Office of the Institution Supporting Democracy. A very good morning to you, Honourable Minister, our Deputy Minister, our DG, our department. Let me start by apologising for us starting a little bit late. Colleagues, you've seen the agenda before you. We've already had our research brief. We've already discussed items on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. We will now be receiving a brief from our department. We've got deliberations, adoption of the National Council Gender-Based Violence and Femicide advertisement, and closure. Can I ask for one honourable colleague to move for the adoption of the agenda? Honourable Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I therefore move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so much. Can I get a seconder, please? Honourable Shabangu.
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mtubizweni, can you please deal with the apologies for me?
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to members, the Minister and colleagues. We have received, Chair, 2 apologies. One apology is from Honourable Sotitsi, who's currently in a meeting with PC on justice, and also Honourable Polwane, who's off sick. So far, Chair, those are the only apologies that we have received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, yes, Honourable Speaker. Oh, and Honourable Peterson is off due to illness. Honourable Minister, would you like to firstly start by introducing your delegations and also tabling any apologies, if there are any, or your DG could?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are all here.
No apologies. Full house.
Everyone is supposed to be here, is not here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we meet this morning to receive the annual performance plan of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as its resource allocation for 2025 and 2026. The department has also tabled a new strategic plan, which we will consider this morning. We as a Portfolio Committee continue to be extremely concerned with regard to the levels of gender-based violence and femicide in our country. Youth unemployment remains a national crisis, and we do feel that there's not a great enough focus on disability rights and awareness in our country. And it's against this background that we've also asked the Honourable Minister just this morning to speak to us about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. We had engagements last week with Treasury around funding issues, but this morning also it's clear that there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between what the department wants to achieve through the council and what the original legislation or the process envisaged. And we remain concerned that there's a public outcry for this council to be established, and yet there's no funds for it to become operational. And we feel that we do not want to engage in a tick box exercise that will set this council up for failure, but it is one of the discussions that we'll have this morning. Of course, you, Honourable Minister, you are not the appointing authority in terms of the NYDA board, but we also wanted to get an update just in terms of your assessment of where we are this morning. But that having been said, I'm going to hand over to you, Honourable Minister, to make your opening remarks and then to hand over to your department. We are mindful that we don't have a lot of time together this morning, and the information that you have to share with us this morning is very important. I also want to say that I feel it's very important that when you come to present your annual performance plan and your plans, strategic plans for the next 5 years, that it's not a tick box exercise, but that you take the committee along in terms of also incorporating our ideas and proposals of where we want to see this department going so that it's able to achieve its mandate. But over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Liza van der Merwe, members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Steve Litsike, Director General of the Department, Ms. Mikateko Maluleke, and officials from the Department, colleagues and partners present here today. We thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Portfolio Committee today. And we do not take this space for granted. And so I want to begin by expressing appreciation, not only for your oversight, but for your consistent engagement in strengthening the work we are mandated to lead. It is never a routine matter to present to this committee. It is a moment of reflection, of accountability, and of alignment between the work we do as a department and the constitutional responsibilities that we collectively carry. That is the spirit in which we present the Department Strategic Plan 2025-2030 and our Annual Performance Plan 2025-26. Chairperson and honorable members, this 5-year strategic plan is not just an internal planning document. It is our contract with the people of South Africa, a commitment to act with focus, discipline, and integrity in advancing their constitutional rights. Our strategic plan presents our department's unique value addition and strict alignment to the vision of the INDP, that is National Development Plan, and the National Development Strategic Priorities and Targets outlined in the Medium-Term Development Plan. The 7th Administration Strategic Priorities as advanced by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, they include inclusive economic growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We have taken time to reflect honestly on where we are. There are areas where progress has been made and others where we are simply not moving fast enough. This plan is our attempt to be more deliberate, to do things better, and to ensure that we prioritize, what we prioritize has the full weight of policy, legislation, and institutional backing. We're encouraging our work around core areas, including the strengthening and integration of an intersectional approach to advance women empowerment and gender equality, strengthening the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, responding more directly to youth unemployment and exclusion, Chairperson, and building a truly inclusive state for persons with disabilities. That strategic focus is being translated into action, and in many areas we are scaling up, accelerating delivery, and deepening impact. Through the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Coordination Program, we are moving from crisis response to institutional permanence. As co-chair of the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, working with Minister Tolashe, as well as 13 other ministers, to ensure that coordination mechanisms are fully operational at national, provincial, and local levels. The Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, whose establishment is partly a parliamentary responsibility, will be the final institutional anchor, and we are prepared to act decisively once appointments are confirmed. In the interim, the department is strengthening the technical task team, aligning sector departments behind the NSP priorities, and expanding provincial and local implementation support with a specific focus on prevention, on psychosocial services, and the economic empowerment of survivors. On youth development, we are accelerating implementation of the youth mainstreaming framework, revitalizing the national youth machinery, and aligning NYDA support with high-impact government efforts such as the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, the National Pathway Management Network, and the rollout of community-based youth connectors. On disability rights, we are scaling up the disability rights machinery, embedding universal design principles through targeted infrastructure audits, and working with SALGA DBSA to increase compliance with accessibility standards and municipality levels. This includes finalizing the accessibility and reasonable accommodation framework, and strengthening monitoring systems. We are working with DPSA to embed disability employment equity within the public service. On women empowerment and gender equality, through our chairship of the G20 Women Empowerment Working Group, we will continue to elevate the care economy, paid and unpaid, financial inclusion, and the fight against gender-based violence. We know these challenges we won't be solving. In fact, they will not be solved by the one department alone, but we also know that if we don't lead decisively on these issues, they will remain peripheral in the machinery of the state. Our responsibility is to ensure these mandates are not treated as add-ons, but as central to building a capable, caring, and responsive developmental state. In accordance with our mandate to coordinate, mainstream, monitor, evaluate, and provide strategic leadership. Not everything can be done at once, but everything we do must move us forward. That's the principle guiding this plan. Focus where the need is greatest and act where the state has the most leverage to unlock meaningful change. Honorable members, one of the most powerful tools at our disposal is the ability to legislate, to move from policy intent to enforceable obligations. That is why this strategic plan includes a clear legislative agenda, not to widen our mandate, but to ensure existing mandates are codified, resourced, and acted upon. In this MTSF period, we will be scaling up efforts to ensure the legal institutional infrastructure is fit for purpose. We intend to accelerate the tabling and implementation of some key bills, each designed to close implementation gaps, strengthen accountability, and bring greater coherence to national efforts. Let me just refer to some. The first one, which I think the chairperson referred to, is about National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act. This legislation is now finalized. Parliament is, particularly the National Assembly, is now seized with the appointment of council members, a crucial step towards full implementation. The department is working with National Treasury and the DPSA to ensure that the council is established as a public entity by the 1st of April 2026. This will give institutional effect to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and embed coordination mechanisms beyond political terms of office. For the 8 members that get appointed by different departments, we have already received those names, so we're only waiting for the component from Parliament. The promotion of women empowerment and gender equality bill, we will be submitting this wage bill to Cabinet during this term. It seeks to align domestic frameworks with constitutional and international obligations and to introduce stronger enforcement and compliance mechanisms, particularly across economic empowerment, leadership representation, and state accountability. The third one is promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities bill. This bill is in its final drafting stages and will be submitted during the current planning cycle. It gives legal force to the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities and enables South Africa to domesticate its obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in a systematic and enforceable manner. And then, of course, the South African Youth Development Bill. The refinement of the Youth Bill continues. Its purpose is to establish a coherent legislative framework that strengthens the mandate, coordination, and institutional machinery for youth development, currently fragmented across departments. This bill will formalize youth mainstreaming, clarify roles, and align the architecture of youth institutions with developmental priorities. Honorable Chairperson, your oversight is critical to this process because ultimately the test of any legislation agenda is not how many laws we pass, but how well we implement them. We have spoken today about focus, impact, and accountability, but none of that is possible without strong coordination systems. If implementation falters, it is often because coordination is weak, and we are determined to fix just that. Across the board, we are scaling up our monitoring, evaluation, and learning systems because coordination without evidence is not enough. In this case, we are establishing a centralized monitoring and evaluation architecture for gender, youth, and disability programming, working with Department of DPME and Stats SA to align data standards and reporting indicators, embedding disaggregated indicators into departmental APPs and national plans, strengthening local level tracking and evaluation mechanism, and ensuring that research and data inform not just our reports, but our decisions. Chairperson, our aim is to move from episodic coordination to institutional discipline, from fragmented responses to coherent delivery, because ultimately our success will not be judged by what we announce, but what we achieve. The strategic plan is therefore not a wish list, Chairperson. It is a deliberate effort to prioritize, align, and deliver on the core constitutional obligations entrusted to our department. Under no illusion about the scale of the task ahead, millions of young people remain locked out of opportunity, too many women continue to live under threat, and persons with disabilities still face daily barriers that should not exist in a democratic society. But we are not starting from scratch. We are building on the foundations laid by our predecessors, some strong, some uneven, and we intend to accelerate what works, correct what doesn't, and ensure that our programs are meshed by institutional capacity. I am joined today by our Deputy Minister, Ms. Steve Litzike, Director General, Ms. Mikateko Maluleke, and the department's senior leadership. Together, we are here not only to account, but to listen and to learn, and to strengthen our approach based on the guidance of this committee. At this point, I now invite the department chairperson to present our strategic plan 2025-2030 and annual performance plan for the period 2025-26. We are looking forward to our engagement and direction as we continue in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Val will present the strategic plan and the APP. I won't say that much because Minister has already indicated that as a department, we are not just ticking the box. We really want to see women, youth, and persons with disabilities being empowered because they are the absolute majority of South Africans. South Africa will never be a developed country if women, youth, and persons with disabilities have not been empowered. So we will work together with the portfolio committee, as Minister has indicated, in order to ensure that we achieve this. Thanks.
Thank you, DG.
Chairperson, good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. As a department, we are presenting the strategic plans for the period 2025-2030 and the annual performance plan for the financial year 25-26. Chair, on the background slide, I've included the process that we have embarked on as a department to make sure that we come out with this 5-year plan that we're going to be implementing annually. And we have also factored the priorities of the 7th administration. We've looked at the National Development Plan, the MTDP, the SONA, and ensured that our plans are aligned with the allocated budget by also ensuring that our E&E is aligned. The DPME, as a responsible department to monitor how government is planning, they have verified the first and second drafts of these plans, and they issued comments which we had to address and ensure that they've also done their monitoring on ensuring that our plans are aligned with SONA. We've also worked with the AG and internal audit who have conducted the verification of the plans, and we were given a go-ahead. The mandate of the department chairperson and members is to lead on socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We do this through mainstreaming advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. The department, our minister will be taking through a policy and legislative program over this 5-year period on the following bills: the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill, the Promotion and Protection of Persons with Disabilities Bill, and the South African Youth Development Bill. Our mission is to ensure that the rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities are realized, and we also have a vision to provide strategic leadership, coordination, and oversight to government departments and the country at large in mainstreaming empowerment programs on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We will do this observing the values of integrity, accountability, and with utmost professionalism. The department has aligned its plans with the 3 key priorities of the 7th administration. The first one on inclusive growth and job creation. We have a priority where we're going to ensure equitable economic empowerment, participation, and ownership of women, youth, and persons with disability is at the center of national economic agenda. And this, we might want to make sure that all government and the country at large institutionalize economic empowerment and participation and ownership of WIPD. Chairperson, on the second priority, reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. The department has 3 priorities that we're going to be implementing. We're going to ensure that there's increasing level of intervention contributing to poverty alleviation, equitable social empowerment, and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This goes hand in hand with ensuring that there is an expanded access to free sanitary dignity products for girl learners in quintiles 1, 2, and 3 schools, special and farm schools. And then the third one, chairperson, we want to strengthen relations and community mobilization, which will ensure that the women's empowerment agenda, youth development, and disability rights are realized. On priority 3, we have 8 priorities that we will be implementing through this 5-year period. The first one is to ensure that there is an efficient and effective department that is characterized by good corporate governance and ethical leadership. As I present through the plan, Chair, I'm going to marry these priorities with the 5-year targets that we have planned to implement. The second one is on strengthen integrated and intersectoral approach for advancing women's empowerment and gender equality. The third one is strengthened evidence-based decision-making for socio-economic transformation, empowerment of WIPD. Chairperson, we will still be monitoring government at large and our SOEs, and we work with civil society and corporate sector in ensuring that there is a government-wide planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation that addresses priorities relating to women's empowerment, youth development, and ensuring the rights of persons with disabilities that are met, and there is proper planning for the services that are required for persons with disabilities. The fifth one, we're going to ensure that there is a strengthened rights agenda for WIPD within the global, continental, and regional platforms by making sure that our department participate fully and ensuring that we move South Africa towards Africa that is the best in the world. The sixth one is the disability responsive state that ensures equitable inclusion, access and participation through ethical governance, accountability and enhanced institutional capacity. And the seventh priority is to ensure that there is strengthened WYPD mainstreaming across all government departments. And we're going to, through our legislative program, ensure that there is law reform that promotes and protects the rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Chairperson and members, the department over this 5-year period has been structured through 5 programs. Program 1 is administration. Program 2 is advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of women. Program 3 is monitoring, evaluation, research and coordination. Program 4 oversees the rights of persons with disabilities. And Program 5 is the rights of youth. Chairperson, on slide 7, I've included the aim and the purpose of the legislative program that our minister will be taking to Parliament. The first one on the wage bill, Chair, its aim is to create a new anti-gender discrimination legislation and additional mechanisms to ensure existing legislation and policies. This should strengthen the implementation of applicable legislations, and this should hold those obligated under the Constitution and existing legislation accountable for the elimination and discrimination on the basis of gender for the empowerment measures to advance women. The promotion and protection of persons with disabilities bill, its objective is to translate the implementation metrics of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities into a bill, and this will enable the domestication of international treaties. The South African Youth Development Bill is intended to facilitate youth development in the country. Chair, I am moving to the slides where I'll be taking the committee on how the department will be measured over its performance will be measured over the 5-year period. Chairperson, in the slides, I've included the outcomes that I've already referred to in the previous slides. I'm going to focus the committee on the outcome indicators that we want to achieve and the planned 5-year targets. The first one, Chair, on the level of participation of WYPD, participating within key identified economic sectors. The department has identified the agriculture sector, the sanitary dignity program, the women in trade and green economy as focus sectors that we will be implementing the work that we do on economic empowerment and participation of women, youth and persons with disabilities. Over the 5-year period, we have planned to implement 20 interventions. And Chairperson, in the MTDP, there are targets that the country will be implementing to achieve an equitable economic empowerment and participation of and ownership of WIPD. And these are also measured in line with the set percentages for women. It's 50%, 30% youth, and 5% for persons with disabilities of active registered enterprises owned by women, youth and persons with disabilities. So various departments will be ensuring that they meet these percentages. What the department will be doing over the 5-year period is that when we monitor the implementation of the GRPBME framework, we're going to have this as an indicator that we report upon, and we're going to also have recommendations in the report on how the country can and government departments can improve in the attainment of the set percentages. Our department chairperson, in our plans, we've included in the administration program the target on procurement spend on enterprises owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. There we will be also monitoring other government departments and including these targets in our monitoring report that comes to Cabinet on a quarterly basis. We're going to ensure that 40% of women-owned procurement spend is achieved, 30% youth, and 3% persons with disabilities. The next indicator, Chair and members, is on the level of institutionalization of the strategy for economic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This is a strategy that was developed by the department, and we're going to measure how the 17 ASAD national departments are institutionalizing this strategy on the empowerment of women. We do this on a quarterly basis. We will be coming to the portfolio committee to report on the outcome thereof. The next indicator, chairperson, measures the equitable economic empowerment and participation and ownership of women, and we have an indicator on the annual scorecards on socio-economic empowerment published. This outcome indicator, Chair, it emanates from the development of the socio-economic index that is meant to have indicators that measures the progress that the country is doing on the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The department has prioritized for the financial year 25-26 financial year. A scorecard will be published on women economic empowerment. And for the outer years, when you look at the 5-year plan, you will see that we then prioritize youth and we prioritize persons with disabilities. So we will publish those scorecards which will inform how the country is doing on the empowerment of WYPD. The level of inclusion on WYPD, the department has planned to have 20 interventions to increase economic empowerment and inclusion of persons with disabilities, and we want to reach the target that is set in the NDP of 7% by 2030. And the youth program will be implementing 20 SANDF-led national youth implementation monitoring reports. Here, Chairperson, I want to indicate that the department will be looking at programs that we work with SANDF and other stakeholders such as Department of Higher Education on ensuring that there is skills development for youth to access meaningful careers and to also participate in the economy. And these monitoring reports will contain the outcome of the implementation of those programs that are on the ground. And some of these programs, Chairperson, as we present the APP, you will see that we partner with corporate South Africa to ensure that there are skills development that are critical in the digital space and STEM fields. And we also have planned 10 SANDF-led National Youth Service in Dabas, which we will convene. In this in Dabas chairperson, the department convenes all stakeholders that have a responsibility on youth development and empowerment, and who are implementing empowerment programs, to take stock on how we are doing, and also to identify gaps that needs to be addressed in the implementation of those programs. The next indicator, it's on priority 2, the reduction of poverty and to tackle the high cost of living. We have an indicator on social employment and participation of WIPD interventions. We've planned 20, and interventions that are addressing adolescent and teenage pregnancy and their vulnerability. The department will be developing a national strategic plan on teenage pregnancy. Here, a chairperson will be working with all government departments who have a responsibility on addressing issues of teenage pregnancy, and we will use this strategic plan to monitor services that are being rendered and how the country is doing on the prevention of the scourge on teenage pregnancy. The girl learners' access to free sanitary dignity products in quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools, special and farm schools. We will produce 5 annual monitoring reports over the 5-year period, where we will be monitoring the implementation of the sanitary dignity framework. Chairperson, I must emphasize that the department in the previous administration had a structure, the national working structure, which is tasked with ensuring that the implementation of this program at the provincial level is aligned with the framework that was developed by the department, and we will bring those monitoring reports which will have clear information on how provinces are doing in implementing this important sanitary dignity program. The outcome indicator on awareness raising campaigns, chairperson, we've planned 60 of those stakeholder engagements. They will be conducted over a 5-year period, and 20 community mobilization initiatives to raise awareness on the rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities will be convened, and the department will also finalize some of the manuals that must be developed on disabilities. So the department here, Chair, identifies different disabilities that we then develop manuals that are meant to explain this, educate and raise awareness on these disabilities, and we make them accessible. So we will have a target where we will be still identifying these other disabilities which we have not developed manuals on. In the previous administration, we have achieved 6 manuals that we have developed. We also have a 5-year target where we're going to have 2 universal accessibility plans roundtable summits convened, and we'll also implement the 365 days calendar on disability and disabilities, which we do in November. And we also have a program that we observe on a monthly basis on a specified disabilities that we are raising awareness on together as observed in the 365 calendar. On priority 3, chairperson, a capable and ethical developmental state, the department has an outcome indicator on achieving an unqualified audit opinions We have planned 5 over the 5-year period, and we also planned to automize our manual functions by developing and coming up with systems that we will be developing over the 5-year period. We will be having 5 systems to automize manual functions. This is a requirement, Chair, in line with the MTDP. The next indicator on level of revitalization and establishment of multi-stakeholder GBV and gender structures. The department over the 5-year period has planned to convene 10 national gender machinery consultative sessions, 10 provincial consultative sessions, and we also are tasked, Chair, as indicated by the Minister in her opening, to establish the council by end of April 2026. Chairperson, on the outcome indicator, incidences of GBVF reduced. The department works with provincial, district and local structures to ensure that the available structures that are dealing with GBV are capacitated. We have a target of making sure that in total we have 54 provincial, district and local structures capacitated in 9 provinces. And we have a target of 10 integrated and intersectoral sectional prevention and response programs that addresses GBV coordinated. This target, Chairperson, goes hand in hand with the prevention strategy that the department has developed in the previous administration, and we're going to make sure that it's implemented. By 25, we have also planned that we have 5 prevention programs monitored, which is also informed by the prevention strategy. 25 national departments will be monitored on the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, and 35 provincial departments will also be monitored over the 5-year period. So as much as we have 9 provinces, Chairperson, this is a multiplication of the number of implementation monitoring reports that we will be producing over the 5-year period, and 18 municipalities will be monitored, and 45 GBVF rapid response teams will be trained over the 5-year period, and we will also produce, implement 5 prevention interventions. The outcome on knowledge products for effective evidence-based decision-making, we have planned 5 research products and 5 policy briefs. The indicator on government department addressing WIPD priorities, we're going to, our target is that 100% of government departments should have priorities for women, youth and persons with disabilities included in their strategic plans. The outcome indicator on level of participation of the country on international platforms promoting women, youth and persons with disabilities rights agenda. The department has planned to participate on 90% of all the platforms that the department is a party to, which is the UN BRICS Commonwealth Youth Forum, BRICS Youth Forum, G20, Y20, AU Pan-African Youth Forum, SADC and others to promote WIPD rights agenda. The department on the outcome of the disability inclusive policies aligned to the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, we have planned to analyze 40 policies to determine disability inclusiveness and alignment with the white paper. and the outcome on service delivery sites, which are disability inclusive and accessible. We will be monitoring 50 service delivery sites for disability inclusion and accessibility. The outcome indicator on annual white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, annual progress reports. We're going to produce 5 of those reports that will contain detailed information on how the departments that are tasked with the implementation of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities are doing. The strategies for disability inclusive and responsiveness, we are going to have 15 strategies over the 5-year period on inclusion and responsiveness analyzed. The indicator on capacity building interventions for WYPD focal points, the department has planned to have 40 capacity building interventions for WYPD focal points implemented. The effective gender, youth and disability rights machineries, we're going to have a total of 60 women, youth and persons with disabilities machineries convened to bring together stakeholders who are tasked with the implementation of the women, youth and persons with disability agenda, and to also produce an assessment report on how the department is doing and identify gaps and improvement areas that must be addressed by these structures. The disability and advocacy and mainstreaming strategy, the department will be producing a disability advocacy and mainstreaming strategy over the 5-year period. Chairperson, I'm finishing off the outcome indicators on a capable ethical developmental
Chief
state.
Director,
The,
just want to remind you that you've got an hour for all the presentations.
yes, I'm finishing because in the APP it's just the breakdown of the 5-year targets. Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you. I'm finishing the last part of the outcomes. It's a long strategy, Chair. 20 implementation monitoring reports will be produced. 20 National Youth Development Agency monitoring reports will also be produced, and the legislative program will be coming out with the acts as indicated earlier. Chairperson, right now I'm on the APP. I will just focus you on the targets that we just need to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee. The under program 1 chair, the targets are mostly prescribed. We have included all those targets as you see on slide 20, but I want to bring your attention to the target under corporate management on the increased representativity of employees with disabilities. The department has planned 5.3%. And if you look at the situational analysis in our strategic plan, you will see that government has achieved, I think it's 1% in the period which we were reviewing. And the department, when we bring our annual report, you will see that we have an over-representation in our department. It's a target that we prioritize, and we'll be monitoring other government departments on how they are doing on representation of employees with disabilities in their employment. Chairperson, the other targets which are annual, most of them are then taken from the 5-year targets to reprioritize them annually. So you will see that The numbers have reduced in the APP, but it's still the same targets that I've presented in the 5-year plan. Chair, I submit the presentation for discussion. Thank you for this opportunity.
We'll take all the presentations together
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
And then we'll start with deliberations afterwards.
Okay. Then Chairperson, I'm projecting the presentation to the Portfolio Committee on the NYDA board appointments. Chair, can I just check with you on the presentation of the budget? Can I request CFO to quickly take the committee on that one? I almost forgot to ask CFO to take the committee through her presentation. I apologize, CFO. You can, I'll project for you. Thanks. Oh, okay. Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues, I'm going to present on the resource allocation of the department over the 2025 MTF period. For the 2025-26 financial year, the department is allocated a budget of 1,361,686,843,822 in the 2026-27 financial year, and the outer year, the baseline allocation of the department is 881,964,000. I'm going to place my presentation mainly on the allocation for the 2025-26, wherein Program 1 Administration receives an allocation of 125.3 million, Program 2 Advocacy receives 129 million, Program 3 40.5 million, and Program 4 and 5 14.4 million and 715 million respectively. It is critical for the committee to note that in the 1.3 billion that is allocated to the department, 1.1 billion is earmarked for transfers to the two entities. 1 billion is earmarked for transfer to NYDA, and 97.5 million is earmarked to be transferred to the Commission on Gender Equality, which leaves the department with an amount of 239.6 million for its operations and payment of salaries and wages. As you see on the slide, Chairperson, Program 1 Administration receives a high allocation, and this is mainly due to the fact that all contractual obligations of the department are centralized within this program. A total amount of 40.7 million is allocated for mandatory contractual commitments, and it accounts for 45.5% of the overall goods and services budget. The department's high-value contracts includes office accommodation, computer services, audit fees, and communications. On the goods and services, Chairperson, if one deducts the amount for contractual obligation of 40.7 million, the department is only left with 48.9 million for implementation of key priority programs within the department. I think this brings me to the end of the presentation, Chair, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm making a presentation on the NYDA board appointment. The purpose of the presentation is to appraise the portfolio committee on the status of NYDA appointment. In terms of the background and introduction, we know that the composition appointment in terms of service of the board of the NYDA are provided for in the NYDA Amendment Act, Act number 11 of 2024. In terms of section 9 and 10 of the Act, it provides that the President appoints 7 members of the board on recommendation of Parliament. It means that Parliament is the one that is actually handling the appointment process of the NYDA board. Parliament has since advertised, screened applicants and interviewed the candidates for the NYDA board, and the National Assembly made recommendation to the President to appoint the board members. The Portfolio Committee should note that the matter is currently receiving the President's attention. In conclusion, I just want to highlight that there is that the department is actually committed to ensuring that there is good governance in the NYDA. Hence, the Minister, as the executive authority of the NYDA, ensured that there is no vacuum that is left in terms of the accounting authority. In that regard, the Minister applied Section 9(8)(c) of the Act, which provides that where the board no longer operates due to vacancies resulting from mass resignation, or where there are anticipated delays in filling of the board, the Minister recommended that the President appoints an interim board of the NYDA. At present, the interim board of the NYDA is in place, and it will remain in place until the new accounting authority is appointed. I thank you.
Yes, DG?
Before DDG Shoki comes in, I just want to indicate that the presentation is focusing on the funding for the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. But based on what you've said when we started, I just wanted to give the brief background that in 2020, March 2020, when Cabinet approved the National Strategic Plan, Cabinet recommended that we establish a similar structure like SANEC to implement the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. However, civil society refused. They wanted the legislation. Now, in government, when you develop legislation, it's also a regulated process. So what we are doing now is what you can't have a legislation that requires a budget which is not either Schedule 3 or Schedule 2 or Schedule 1 that will provide such a service. So the processes that we're following, it makes the National Council a public entity. So we have to follow all those processes. And the presentation will indicate what we are doing with the National Treasury. Hence, we say from the 1st of April, the council will be established and there will be a budget, because National Treasury has to allocate the budget. There are processes in which National Treasury will allocate the budget, but also the National Treasury can't allocate the budget of an entity that doesn't exist, because the National Council has not yet been established, but we're working towards that so that it's established. And however, because the National Treasury realized that it was critical, they gave 5 million in 2020, which will be used 2021, 2022, to establish the interim secretariat that would assist in the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. So as soon as the council is established, that secretariat will be disbanded, because it was just in order to implement the the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. I'm just giving the background because the presentation will focus only on the fund. So because civil society refused the SANEC approach, and also the Act can't legislate what SANEC is doing. That's a different ball game. It's established through a trust. We had already registered the trust because of a cabinet instruction when civil society rejected that. So legislation follows a certain process, but this process will be telling you about what we have been doing in order to ensure that we get the funding. I thought if I give the background, it will make it easier.
Okay.
Thank you.
But DG, are you then saying that there is a commitment from Treasury to fully fund this council to the tune of 65 million that is required?
The first budget, is it 65 or 36 million?
About 58.
58. Okay. What we're doing, because it has to be registered as a Schedule 3 entity. Once it's registered, there's no way they cannot give it money. They'll give it money even though they have not yet indicated how much, but they will definitely give it money. Not the 5 million that they're talking about. They'll give it money in order for it to be functional. You need a board that is running. You need a secretariat that will run the council. But also, once the council is established, the presentation will come to that. Once the council is established, the council itself will then determine the appropriate structure that they will work on. I thought if I give the background, the presentation will make sense.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
thank
We'll
you.
take the presentation and then we'll engage with the
Thank you.
presentation.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee, and my colleagues. This is about funding of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. It's noted that currently the department is engaging with National Treasury, as indicated already, as well as the Department of Public Service and Administration, and this is regarding the establishment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide that ought to be registered as a national public entity under Section 3 of the Public Finance Management Act 1999. A detailed business case is being developed, and this business case will structure and cost the establishment of the council over the medium term. Indeed, it is anticipated that the council will be established with effect from the 1st of April 2026 and during the 2026-27 financial year. An enabling structure is therefore being proposed, one that will serve as a startup for the establishment of the council, and thereby allowing the council the latitude to determine their preferred structure, as well as the establishment of that structure once it is appointed, rather than it being imposed by the department. The current allocation by National Treasury for the Secretariat of the Council is 5 million per annum since 2021-2022 financial year, and the allocation is totally inadequate for the inaugural structure of the Council itself, and that has been confirmed even by Treasury when they appeared before the Portfolio Committee. It is on that basis, Chair, that preparations are being made to request an allocation for the establishment of the Council that will take effect from the 1st of April 2026 during the 2026-27 financial year. An estimated amount for the inaugural establishment of the Council for that financial year is 56.8 million. Thank you. Next slide. The inaugural structure has been designed to cater for the following functions. At this point, it's estimated at 24 posts. If you look at what they would need, the Office of the Chief Executive Officer, which office will include the CEO and Secretariat support, and probably it will lead up to 3 posts. They will need an audit and risk management, including the Chief Audit Executive and the Internal Auditor or a Risk Management Coordinator, strategic planning and reporting, as well as internal and external performance against objectives and targets. They will need 2 posts. Monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the NSP, we estimated it at 2 posts. Stakeholder management and coordination for the implementation, again, it's 2 posts of the NSP. Research and information management in support of the NSP, estimated at 2 posts. Communications and marketing, internal as well as external, 2 posts. Financial management, including chief financial officer, an internal control officer, and procurement, and it's estimated at 4 posts, all inclusive. Legal support, they'll need a post, and 2 posts for human resources management, as well as information communication technology, which normally we'd call a GTO. We've provided a breakdown over the MTF, as well as the cost drivers from facilities and infrastructure, custodian and refurbishment, issues around security screening of board members, the compensation of employees. You can see it, it's up from 27,750,000 and it's incremental. It goes down to tools of trade for issues around training, IT support, office stationery, lease. They will have a shared printer in terms of cost-cutting measures, including for copiers, reimbursement and allowance for council members from civil society and probably private sector, subsistence and allowance for council members from organs of state, NSP on GBVF evaluation, initiate and coordinate services to victims of GBVF at provincial and local level, initiate profiling of beneficiaries and target groups, but also initiate development of a database of existing stakeholder projects and services, as well as victim-centered information management approach. It goes to that figure that we indicated earlier on of about 56.8 million, and it's incremental up until it's 62 million as well. So that is the estimated amount, but because it's still a business case and we are still engaging, they can give more, they can give whatever amount they deem fit, but discussions are underway and they are promising, they are giving us a hearing. The fact that they've conceded to the 5 million that it's not adequate, it's an indication that they are more than willing to further engage so that it yields the desired results, those conversations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any further presentations? No. Okay. Honourable members, it will now be your opportunity. As I've indicated before, members will be allowed to ask your questions and you will then get your responses. We will do it in that fashion because I fear if all of us are going to ask questions at the same time, we end up not getting adequate responses. So each member will have about 15 minutes to engage with the department and the various officials, the minister, the deputy minister. So I'll take hands in terms of who would like to start. I see the hand of the Honourable Mabel, which will be followed by the Honourable Spies, the Honourable Dr. Leklape, the Honourable Adams, the Honourable Chauke Adonis, the Honourable Shabango, and the last person will be the Honourable Kanile. We will start with Honourable Mabel. Over to you, Ma.
Anna. Honourable Chair, I have questions to ask from the presentations that we received. I will start with strategic plan. Honourable Chair, I would like to ask how do the DWYPD measure transversal department appliance with gender and disability equality goals under the new strategic plan? Question 2. What mechanism exists to enforce interdepartmental accountability when targets are repeatedly missed? Question 3. Has DWYPD submitted details costing for implementing all outcomes in the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan? Given historical budget constraints, how will the department finance increased responsibilities proposed over the MTSF period? What lessons have been applied from past strategic plan underperformance 2020 to 2024? What institutional mechanism will ensure disability inclusion beyond symbolic compliance? Has DWYPD performed a policy gap analysis between this strategic plan and budget baselines? What is the implementation timeline and legal framework for the proposed disability rights bill? How is the department coordinating with Treasury to fund strategic cross-sector initiatives? How will success in women's economic empowerment be measured beyond training numbers? Coming to APP and Budget 2025 program. My first question, why has the allocation for Program 4 remained below 16 million despite growing national needs? And what independent monitoring tools verify outcomes from 1 billion allocated to NYDA? Has DWYPD performed a value for money review of NYDA's performance in the last 3 years? What performance consequences exist for NYDA leadership if targets are missed?
Last question.
Hey. Is there an internal audit mechanism that review NYDA's alignment with program's 5 priorities? Why is the consultant line item in program 4 over 3% of the total program budget? What is the department's strategy to mainstream disability budgeting across all spheres of government? How many youth from rural and peri-urban areas directly benefit from NYDA grants and internship?
Thank you. We'll come back to you. We have to give all members an opportunity, Mark.
Okay.
I plead with you. I'll give you another opportunity. I think just to add on to 2 of your questions, Mklonishwa, Minister, we are concerned, you made mention of the Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill, the Disabilities Bill and the South African Youth Development Bill. But we want clear time frames in terms of when. We know that the first bill is now serving in front of Cabinet, but we want clear time frames in terms of when these will A, serve in front of Cabinet, and by B, when we can expect them to be tabled to Parliament. Because we know some of these bills have been long outstanding from both the 5th and 6th administration. And then I think another issue that we raised with the department previously, considering your very limited resources and the vast scope of your mandate, we are again concerned about the spending, the proposed spending on consultants, and we think this must be detailed, how many consultants for which projects and for how long. Because we do note that even in your program 4 and 5, there are mentions of the use of consultants, and we would like more information on that. So just to add to that question that she had asked earlier. We'll take some responses before we move on to Honourable Spies. We're not going to take all of it in one lump. We're going to give you an opportunity to respond, and then we move on to the next member, because we fear if we don't move in that way, we don't get all our responses at the same time. It's yes, DG.
The first question, I was not clear about it in terms of transversal disability, gender. Maybe if we could get clarity on that one.
Honourable Member.
My first question, why has the allocation for Programme 4 remained below 16 million despite growing national need? Is that one?
No, the very first question.
Okay, okay.
Transversal.
Okay. How does the DW, sorry, yes. You say I must repeat the question,
Yes.
you didn't hear it properly.
Yes.
Okay. How does the DWYPD measures transversal department compliance with gender and disability equity goals under the new strategic plan? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The department has a unit, M&E Monitoring and Evaluation, that its responsibility is to get reports from government departments on women, on youth and persons with disabilities, but also the unit on disability, based on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, receives reports quarterly from all government departments and compile it into an annual report, because in terms of the white paper, we have to submit to Cabinet annually a progress report on the implementation of the white paper by government departments. So in terms of women empowerment, also in terms of the 40% on procurement that was proclaimed by the President, despite the fact that there's a bill that there's a legislation, it's no longer a bill, there's a procurement act that has been passed. We still do ask departments to submit, and what we do, we work with the Department of National Treasury to look at whether government does give 40% of public procurement to women-owned businesses. That's one aspect. But also in terms of, because when you look at women, through women, youth and persons with disabilities, there are economic issues, there are social issues, there are different issues. So I'm just responding. We can still respond properly in writing, but gender-based violence is one of the social issues that impact on women. We submit quarterly reports to the President on the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. We also have a gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation act, which what we have done, we have managed to get the Auditor General to audit the implementation of the implementation by government on the gender responsive planning, budgeting and monitoring. But also the National Treasury itself, based on this framework that I've just referred to, because it's a gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing framework. National Treasury had to do the budget aspect where they have to develop for the MTech the guidelines on how government departments implement the gender responsive budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting, that means it must respond to women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So there are different aspects. For example, the economic empowerment unit focuses on economic empowerment. It also meets quarterly with the economic cluster, and there's the social unit that focuses on gender-based violence and other discrimination, and that's the one that deals also with the sanitary dignity and others. There's also the youth unit that focuses on youth empowerment, that would request government departments reports. This is the process of getting the reports. Now, the process of whether government departments comply or not, it's a different story. But we do have, and disability, as I said, that in terms of the white paper, we do have a process of monitoring and asking for reports. But compliance differs. Some comply, some don't comply. I think for now, this is the response that I'll give in terms of the first question, in terms of how do we make sure that there's transversal compliance and they comply on women, youth and persons with disabilities. The other one that I forget is that we don't just focus on national government departments, we also focus on provinces. We will be taking a report to cabinet soon. Minister will be taking it to cabinet, where we were looking at the IDPs and the one plans, the district development models, one plans. We were assessing the plans themselves on whether they have mainstream women, youth and persons with disabilities and the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. So based on this report, then we will be able, because we've also presented that report to COCTA to indicate that there is not that much mainstreaming of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in those plans. So if they don't mainstream them, then they are not going to budget for them, they're not going to implement them. We've agreed with COCTA that what we're going to do now will target all the capital projects of municipalities to assess whether they mainstream women, youth, and persons with disabilities or not. So for the first question, I think that will be enough, because also the chairperson said because of time. Accountability, departmental, whether departments that do not comply, how do we enforce accountability? It's reporting to cabinet. I think that's what minister can do. Minister doesn't appoint other ministers, so she can't discipline them or fire them. All should do is report to cabinet. We report to cabinet, so it's cabinet that should take.
But DG,
yes.
Sorry, before we go on, surely there's a problem there when you compile NSP reports, you give it to the president quarterly, and there are departments that do not comply. We understand the minister can't hold other ministers accountable. But I mean, are we then just again producing reports for the sake of producing reports to say these departments are not complying? So apart from just reporting through your quarterly reports to cabinet or the president, what mechanism, is there any mechanism that kicks in afterwards in terms of departments that are not complying with the provisions of the NSP? Or is that just it? We produce it, we give it, we leave it.
Okay. The president now has appointed an IMC on gender-based violence and femicide. On the National Council, on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So in that way, it has got 14 or 15 ministers. The IMC is the IMC on gender-based violence and femicide, but also on substance abuse and drug master plan. So these 15 ministers are responsible. So this is what is going to force them to do something in order to ensure that gender-based violence is taken forward by everyone. I think the 15 of them, they will be able to make sure that others account, but even amongst themselves. I think that is a good strategy, yeah. Costing of the implementation of the outcomes of 2025 and 2030, as we I think we indicated in the presentation that we have submitted a business case to National Treasury to give us the budget that would allow us, the structure and the budget that would allow us to be able to do the job. Institutional mechanism beyond compliance, that case study is about that, so that we have a proper institutional mechanism that will help us to be able to implement. I think also Parliament must be aware that we are a national department that doesn't have a presence in the provinces. So apart from us, when we get donor funds from the EU, placing people in the 9 provinces, so institutional mechanism would require that we also have people runners in the, at the coal face of issues. Timelines for disability bill and the wage bill. The disability bill, Chairperson, we've said it even before, it was sent to a South African Law Reform Commission before even disability was transferred from social development to the department. So we have been pushing them that now they are in the process of finalizing the report and the draft bill. So when they submit the bill to us, then we will have to start consultations with the bill. So we believe that from the promises that they give us, we'll be able to get that report this year. But it's what they say. We're not sure whether we will get it this year or not. But we're hoping that we'll be able to finalize it within the not finalize it, because when it comes, we still have to do public consultation. From public consultation, it has to go back, go to NEDLEC, go to all those processes. But we're hoping that we'll be able to receive it this year. On the wage bill, it will be going for public consultation soon. It's in the process of going to cabinet so that we can consult the public. After consulting the public, it comes back, we incorporate the inputs. It has to go through again a cabinet processes and NEDLEC processes. Then it comes to Parliament.
And the youth bill?
The youth, it's also going for public consultation. On the issue of the allocation of disability, it remaining 6.2, I'll request the CFO to talk to that. And why, I think the other question was, why does NYDA get 1 billion? I think it's also aligned, but the CFO will respond. Yeah, and then in terms of monitoring and evaluating the NYDA, Dr. Hlakhala will respond to that.
Okay, and after that, we'll round up this first round of answering questions, and the questions, the answers that you didn't receive, you'll get them in writing, Honourable Member. But we'll see how we proceed, because each member was supposed to have 15 minutes, but the Honourable Member had a lot of questions, but you can still table the remainder of the questions as well in writing. Okay, let's take those responses and then we'll go to Honourable Spies. Let's hear it.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to respond on the question around the allocation of the disability program. Maybe let me first give the background to the allocation of this program. During the National Macro Organization of the department, when this function of disability was transferred from DSD to the department, the baseline allocation as received from DSD was never affected or changed by the department. However, the reduction within this program is affected by the budget cuts that have been introduced by National Treasury on both goods and services and compensation of employee budget of the department since the COVID period. And when budget cuts are introduced in the department, what we do internally is to implement the reduction proportionally across all programs within the department. That is, a disability program is not the only program that has been affected by the budget cuts that were introduced by National Treasury. All programs were equally affected within the department. On the issue of the consultants within program 3 and 4, the total budget within these two programs for consultants is mainly on research projects, and when you add the estimated budget for implementation of this research projects for the two projects, it adds up to 2 million. The remaining budget within consultant services in these two programs is for the South African interpretation services, which according to the Standard Chart of Accounts is classified under consultant services. And the projects within these programs that are planned for implementation in the 2025-26 financial year, the one on program 4 is a research on number of climate change strategies analyzed for disability inclusion. The second one is the development of 8 policy briefs to measure compliance with the white paper on rights of persons with disabilities. On program 3 is the evaluation study on the impact evaluation on the implementation of gender responsive budgeting, planning, monitoring and evaluation. And the second one is the analysis of the first and second draft 2026 APPs of the departments to ensure that DWPs are mainstreams within the plans of the department, and the development of the disability mainstreaming strategy and plan, as well as the development of the advocacy manual. The expenditure of these projects, according to SCOA, are classified within the consultancy line item. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Thanks, Chairperson. The question which I need to respond to is the one which talks to monitoring of the NYDA. The department monitors the performance of the NYDA, and in that regard, we normally we actually ensure that the annual performance plan as well as the strategic plan of the NYDA is aligned to the national priorities. And then again, on quarterly basis, the NYDA submits the quarterly reports, which tracks, their performance. And then where there is non-performance, we make sure that we actually ensure that there are corrective measures that are in place, and we monitor whether those are actually implemented. But then the other issue, I just want to say that the NYDA also has got a board, and they report, directly to the board in terms of its performance. I think that was the question.
Did Shoki? That was the last. Yeah. Did Shoki?
Thank you, Chairperson. The question had to do with how well do we measure success in women's economic empowerment beyond training numbers. I wish to refer to the presentation that was made, member. In terms of the economic empowerment strategy that is already in place, we intend to institutionalize a strategy within the 17 economic national cluster departments. We ensure that it gets their annual performance plan are aligned to the strategy. It has clear indicators. They are aligned to the economic recovery plan of the country, but we meet them on a quarterly basis just to make sure that they give an account on their performance against the targets that have been set as well. That assists us to get a sense whether they are shifting towards the strategic posture of the country. The other one that we are also doing is that we have this Women's Economic National Assembly, the WECONA. Annually, we meet, it is led by the President and the Minister, where we give an account of the amount of pledges that were made by the private sector and how those pledges translated into practice, how many women benefited in that regard. And we have since realized that private sector is coming on board. We are beginning to see more and more pledges from the private sector each time when we meet, and even when they give an account in terms of the work that they are doing. It's still in early stages, but at least it's getting towards what we would like to see in terms of even the role of the private sector beyond what government can do, particularly in relation to that issue around the 40% procurement. Yes, it's taking off slow because we're still working on the issue of regulations, but as soon as we get it done and finalized, as led by National Treasury, definitely the issues of the economic empowerment of women will come out quite clearly when presentations in terms of progress are being made in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Minister.
Just the last one, Chair. With regards to the introduction of bills to Parliament, Our wish is that we introduce them within the first, second, and third year of Parliament, because we have learned that any bill that gets introduced during the fourth or fifth year, they never see the light of the day, because at that time the Parliament will be focusing on elections, other things, etc., and therefore they fall into cracks. And that is our aim, that these bills that we're talking about can actually be introduced within the first 3 years of this Parliament. But I must say, Chairperson, that some of the processes are not within your control. The neglect process is just not within your control. It depends on the list of bills that are before them and other matters that they deal with in terms of economy, etc., etc. But our aim is just to do that. The issue of state law advisors who must also approve the bill, they take forever if they like, depending on whether they are prioritizing the bill or they have a better understanding of the bill. They can take forever. But of course, even as you take it to Cabinet, like the DG is saying correctly so, but Cabinet can also say, no, take this back and rewrite it. So it's a process that you definitely want to set timelines for your. However, you also have processes that you can't control, you have no control of. But as we are saying, Chairperson, we are really targeting the first, second, and the third year, so that the Portfolio Committee can therefore be in a position to prioritize these bills. But also on the issue of compliance, I agree fully with what has been said. But for instance, on the issue of disability employment target or equity, we are working together with the DPSA, because within the public service, the DPSA must issue circulars and enforce the departments to comply with the 4%. But also we are setting an appointment with the Auditor General, so that when the Auditor General audits departments, is able to say where is 4% of persons with disabilities, and it becomes a matter that can qualify or unqualify the department. So we're looking at that as well. But also what we would want to take to the Auditor General, it will not just be one matter, for instance, the employment equity. We want to have a list of those and then interact with the Auditor General.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take our second round of questions. I'm going to take Honourable Spies and then Dr. Letlape together. We'll take responses. Then we'll take Honourable Adams and Honourable Shvango together and responses, and then Honourable Kanile and the whip. We've still got 2 hours together, so don't be uncomfortable with the approach, because we don't see each other very often, and I don't want to have a situation where we ask 500 questions and then only 20 are responded to. So this type of engagement, I feel, is a little bit more conducive for what we want to achieve. It's an engagement, so please, I can see some faces are looking very unhappy with the approach, but we are still here together for 2 hours, so let's just use the time and get the responses that we want. So Honourable Spies, followed by Honourable Dr. Letlape.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my first question will be around the department's mandate and resource allocation. And with that, specific reference will be made to the NTDB Priority 1, in which the department cites the 40 proposed interventions for economic empowerment, the institutionalization of the economic empowerment strategy, the annual scorecards, the NY's implementation and monitoring reports. And I want to ask, given the department's mandate, which is focused on coordination, on advocacy, on monitoring and evaluation, do you think that the resources are being optimally utilized, using it for the implementation of programs and interventions? Or would it be a more effective approach to concentrate rather on the department's core mandate? Okay. Then the other one is on the strategic plan and the transformation fund. And given the department's strat plan that allocates specific percentages of the transformation fund to women-owned businesses, as was said, 40% to women-owned businesses, youth 30%, and persons with disabilities 3%. Does the department currently lack the necessary personnel to ensure that these targets are met? And will additional staff be assembled to achieve this goal? I keep in mind the business case that was made for the 343 staff, which I do think is a bit bloated, but I'm sure that that question will come up. And then the third question is, the department mentions also a plan to benefit women, youth and persons with disabilities with 100 billion rand transformation fund. But as a committee, we would like to we want to see clarity on whether the corresponding target is located within the 2025-2026 APP to effectively track the department's progress in developing and implementing this plan. And then, Chair, a last question that I want to ask is, in assessing the department's initiatives across 3 key areas, and by looking and examining these areas, we obviously as a committee can gain an understanding of the department's impact and your effectiveness. So the questions out of that for me is the following. Do the proposed interventions and programs 2, 4 and 5 enhance economic opportunities, and if so, how? What evidence is there in the programs and targets to demonstrate the department's commitment to safeguarding social justice? And then how does the department ensure the creation of safe environments through its programs and initiatives? One last one, Chair. No, it's fine, Chair. I'll stop there. It's okay for me for now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DG and members of staff. My first question refers to the Minister's opening remarks, where the Minister spoke about policy intent to enforceable legislation. Now, how do we ensure that all these targets become enforceable without having to create more committees and more structures? Why should it go to an interministerial committee when the departments are not performing instead of straight line consequence management? Because that's how businesses are run. You don't create another talk shop for non-delivery or non-performance. There's a straight censure. I mean, you go into other countries, when there's a non-delivery, you don't have protection. You have a minister resign on their own accord because the department has not delivered. How do we get to that stage? Because when departments have not delivered and you put the delinquents in a group called an interministerial committee, what do you hope to achieve? That's how we get inefficiencies and time runs out and we recycle ministers instead of holding them to account. So fundamentally, enforceability. It leads to the question that has been asked. Does the department separate its role of monitoring and evaluation from, sometimes you get confused about being an implementer. And when you implement, who monitors and evaluates those functions where you are now an implementer? Because I'd like to see this department strategically become an M&E department that holds people accountable, where there's no further meetings, further imbizos, further indabas, applying your mind. No, it should just be straightforward. That's the only way we're going to get efficiencies. Now, there's been references about the rights of youth and the rights of persons with disabilities. I don't hear much about responsibilities. And my learning is that if people are given rights and no responsibilities, they just become dependents and they are not going to achieve anything with their lives. So where's the responsibility component? And that leads into the issue of a plan on teenage pregnancies. How do we get into the causative factors? And how do we deal with them? When we were youth, if you got someone pregnant, you got married. Now you can be a youth with 7 firstborns in the township and nobody gives a damn about it. Your family doesn't give a damn. The families of the girls don't give a damn. How are we going to deal with teenage pregnancies as a department when we don't deal with the causative factors? That brings me to the issue of GBV, which is a culturally facilitated activity. Where does the department interface with COCTA, sports and culture, which is where these things are embedded in terms of the rights of men to treat women as possessions? How do we hope to get to the causative factors when there isn't that issue of engagement? Now, international participation, fantastic. Is there cost-benefit analysis? Or is it pilgrimage? That every year I go to that conference, that conference, that conference. Do we do an analysis of what are we benefiting? Is it still a value? There are certain things that are just pilgrimages where there's no benefit, and you stop going because you've done the analysis and there is no value. Now, we talk about 44 million rands for implementation. It goes back to the question, are we an implementer or are we a monitor? Lastly, Chair, I have this concern about the council. Are we creating a parallel department? I'm concerned about the fact that the history that has been given, that cabinet fails to govern, and we're now listening to society. And what cabinet says is they've considered to creating a parallel department, and I have serious challenges with that. How does that mission interface with the gender-based commission? Who does what? How do they relate to each other? So I'm just concerned. And I'm aware that some of us are new. There have been debates on these issues. But we don't want to create unfunded mandates going forward, Chair, where we're creating another, that type of structure for a Senate type activity, where it's going to be society coming together. It's an overkill. And for me, it would be irresponsible if we do not interrogate what the implications are of that aspect. So for me, Minister, and I mean no disrespect to those that came before, but you then get an impression that there was an overreaction to the realities that women face and not an issue of which structure should be accountable. This business of passing a new law, creating new structures, is just not helpful. We need to know who failed. Either they get out or that department dies, it's replaced by another one. Just to create bureaucracy on bureaucracy. We're spending too much money on government without anything to show on the ground. And that, Minister, is a concern. We want to be able to say, this is what the ministry does, this is what it needs to be resourced so that it can monitor and evaluate. But those that do programs, let them do the programs, let them be from elsewhere, be what you are meant to be, do it and do it well. And don't, because you do cross-border activities, you then can't do your primary function. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Klape. I also wanted to ask you about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I heard the Minister saying that the representatives of the various departments have now been assigned, allocated. All right. Now, is the 24 posts that you want to create here, is it not excessive? Can we not get away with half of that? Because the thing is, for example, some of these persons that you will be sending from the various departments, what will their roles and responsibilities be? Will they not be able to perform some of these functions like communications and marketing, legal support, human resources? Is there no way for us to reduce the size? Because my question is, what if Treasury comes back and says there's only half of the money available? What do we do then? So that is just one of the questions I want to ask. Dr. Leklape asked about international travel. I did see a report recently that suggested, Minister, that when the department was asked to provide, it was an answer to a question that Action SA posed about the international travel costs of our department, we were not willing to provide that details. That was what the media report suggested. And I just thought maybe you could clarify that for us as well. Right, over to you for the responses to Honourable Spies and to Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Spies, our mandate and resource allocation in terms of our mandate. Our mandate is advocacy, mainstreaming, and monitoring and evaluation. Advocacy, I think, even when we look in the dictionary, shows that it's broader than just talking. Sometimes you either bring people together or you do certain things in order for people to be able to understand what is it that you want. So that is why sometimes we do monitoring and evaluation, yes, but we also have a responsibility for mainstreaming. We also have a responsibility for advocacy. But my starting point also would be the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Its mandate is 4 times bigger than that of a Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, DPME, because they focus on government only. We focus on government, we focus on civil society, we focus on labor, we also have civil society, but also we have international compliance. We have to report. South Africa has ratified your Beijing Platform for Action, CEDAW, and all those things. We have to report. We cannot sit and say, because it's international, we have to comply, we have to report. So when you look at the fact that we have to work with civil society, we have to work with private sector, we have to work with everyone else. Mainstreaming, we train government, and we will appreciate it. We will share with government the website details where government can do a course on gender-based analysis. That's the other way, because we're a small department and we've realized we can't be able to train everyone. We've come up with a program where one can do it online, where people can be trained so that people can understand when we talk about gender mainstreaming, what do we mean? What should people do in order for people to respond to the needs of women, also in the needs of young persons and the needs of persons with disabilities. So when we talk about economic empowerment, we don't have programs like, for example, it will be transport, it will be economic cluster and all those things, but we coordinate them. We always say we have the power to convene. The Department of Women convene the economic sector in order to promote women's involvement, because those departments have billions and whatever. We don't have that money, so we must make sure that women benefit from that. So that's why we'll talk about quarterly meetings. And the other example, the example that I would like to make is that as a department, we used to buy space in the energy indaba. We would buy space and then invite small businesses that are starting to come and exhibit themselves. That's how bigger companies would see them and take them, and they have contracts. That was another way of advocating, because when National Treasury cut the money, the Department of was that DMRE took over. Now it buys space to give those people. We advocated. We didn't have to talk, but we did it so that they can do. But also advocacy sometimes means you have to go to radio and communicate with the public. But radio is expensive. I've shared with the portfolio committee some other time that we asked for a slot to do 10 months radio talk shows on all 11 languages. And SABC wanted 28 million. We don't have that kind of money, because our budget remains to be 41, but it was 31 million at that time. So it's also costly sometimes to advocate. We advocate in different ways. We're not just doing one thing where we have activities, and also when we have activities, are activities that result into a program. We had a consultation with the banks and the DFIs about the G20. Now they're coming back saying, how can we work together? So sometimes when we have an event, it's so that we can be able to get these people, they can have an understanding to be able to work with us. I think I will ask DDG Shoki to respond. DDG Shoki, CFO. And I'm not delegating upwards, but I think there are some that the minister in the DM would like to respond to. That is to Honorable SPs, and then we'll come back to Honorable Letap. CFO and Shoki, and yeah. Transformation fund, how does it, how do we work that? Just
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to respond on the question around the 100 billion transformation fund. This allocation it doesn't form part of the baseline allocation of the department. Neither does the department have control over this fund. Thank you, Chair.
Shoki will talk to Save Environment, what we do in terms of gender-based violence, whatever. There was a question on Save Environment.
I'll switch off DG. Okay. Thank you so much. We working in partnership with civil society organizations when it comes to issues that relates to safe environment. We do have partnership through the NCGBVF collective, and civil society organizations will agree on a program for 100 days, which they will call 100 Days Challenge. And within that program, they will identify one of their key interventions. In some instances, it will be issues that relate to crime prevention through environmental design. And when they do that, they will partner with municipality and identify hotspots areas. We've seen them going into communities and grassing cut. We've seen them working with municipality in terms of street lighting being fixed within the 100-day period and all of that. But at least it begins to inculcate a responsibility and a culture of also civil society in partnership with government, saying we can do it together. If it means pushing municipality for demolishing unused, dilapidated buildings that are used as safe havens for criminals, that is something that they will consider. But that part is happening. We have since partnered with SALGA and municipalities in this area of work. We have been requested by COCTA to assist them in building the capacity of the queens and the kings. The two have different issues. The queens have their own concerns that they want us to empower them and address them. There are issues that they may not necessarily agree with that are practiced by the kings themselves. So there's no way we can have the same group under one roof. We'll be starting by engaging them separately, and at some point we'll find a mechanism of bringing them on board. But we have outlined guidelines to the Interministerial Committee on what is it that they should focus on when it comes to the National Strategic Plan. And we are very clear about the role of sports, arts and culture, just using sport, arts and culture in addressing issues of gender-based violence, the role of GCIS and the Department of Communication in addressing issues of media, how they will portray issues of GBVF and all. We can share that document. You can see it clearly outlines as clustered per pillar, to say pillar 1 of the National Strategic Plan belongs to the GSKIT cluster, which is the governance cluster. And we are clear as to what are the things that they should be focusing on. Each cluster has a chairperson and a co-chair at a ministerial level. They will hold each other accountable at that level. We will be receiving reports from them. And these are the reports that will be enhanced as we report to the president. So that's the first level of accountability. But also we are bringing again the issue of performance agreements of ministers being signed inclusive of issues of gender mainstreaming, your GBVF and all of that. So we hope that by doing all of that, the issue of accountability will be elevated at that level. But if the minister sides, it gets cascaded to the level of the DG, so that enforces accountability. The rest, we will make sure that we continue to do the monitoring as we've been doing. But we will share the document. You will see, as per cluster, what we expect them to do, clear guidelines, and how they will hold each other accountable as ministers, especially the chairpersons of each cluster. And you'll see the role of COCTA, you'll see the role of DSEC and all of that. They play a role, COCTA, with DSEC, even when it comes to the initiation of the young persons, because there are gender issues there that we've picked up, that we've raised, and they're more than willing to come on board, work with us and civil society organizations in dealing with those gender issues that are arising from the initiation processes that affect even mothers, single mothers, in that regard as well. Thank you, Chair.
I think the DJ delegating upwards.
No, maybe just to appreciate members of the committee's questions. Chair, maybe I'll touch just on a few points. One that relates to what both Honorable Species and Honorable Dr. Letlape asked around the plan itself and in relation or linked to the mandate of the department. I want to just highlight that this plan is informed by both the National Development Plan and also what was approved as the Midterm Development Plan that identify a combination of pathways, to really look at strategic priorities across specific thematic areas, one around economic empowerment, education, skills, but also looking at all other social protection lens and promoting equality. So we are not just looking at priorities that are not informed. It's informed and there's evidence around that. But what I want to really highlight, we cannot expect to have a stagnant plan that does not look at specific prioritization of programs. Whether you're looking at what has been informed from the gender responsive budgeting, we developed that framework. We presented that framework that also looks at across sectoral, across departments in that relation. So when you then highlight this point, it's important, of course, to have a sense of appreciation to say, indeed, the mandate of the department that speaks to advocacy, that speaks to mainstreaming, but it also speaks to coordination. And this is why when you look at the priorities and the indicators we've highlighted, we've made proposal of certain things. One, it's about what informs our research work, what informs our own indexes. We said we will do annual scorecard, annual indexes. You are not going to hold any of the departments accountable if you don't develop this evidence, Dr. Letlape. And I really do think we cannot just point fingers if we're not going to evaluate to that extent. And part of what we have included in our plan is to say, we will bring to yourself, we will bring to the president these scorecards and indexes to demonstrate where the weakness is, so that when accountability places, it's placed and that is informed. And unfortunately, our department's mandate, it's also not just measured from what we do alone. Our department's mandate, it's also measured through what is being done by all other departments. When you speak about women's economic empowerment, it's not necessarily delivered by ourselves. It's what we do to help those departments to monitor what they do in order to deliver a meaningful women's economic empowerment or emancipation for that matter. So we then propose the elements around advocacy, around monitoring, to speak to those. And those meetings, whether of coordinations, are necessary. So what DG then highlights to saying the meetings that we have scheduled is those coordination, is those conversations that must happen, but they must be measurable and they must have those impact. And we will be able to do those elements in terms of what we report back here, but also in terms of cabinet. Maybe the last 2 points I wish to address. It's possibly accept, I think Honorable Species highlights the issue of whether what we have proposed does speak to the question of value in terms of the budget or budgeting itself. It is quite right to analyze that question. in the way whether we have effectively budgeted for it. And our gender responsive framework does highlight that the department needs much more money to do its work. But we can only work with what has been allocated to us and do it in phases to address those elements. And the last one, maybe just to say, Honorable Dr. Letlape says that we've overreacted to what women face in South Africa. I'm not sure how to react to that, but let me just try to say, Dr. Letlape, it is the state's responsibility to actively and react to, women's experience, particularly when it relates to discrimination as well as violence. I don't think we want a state that keeps quiet, because our administrative work is to speak about promotion and protection of rights. And when you look at overall, we speak, yes, of rights, indeed, and you have highlighted the issue of the question of responsibility. And throughout various aspects, what have we introduced in this? Areas around enacting laws, policies, programs, but also to look at interventions to respond to the issues. Yes, one of the key aspects that remains thorny is the issue of the council itself. And I think the modalities around the council, the chairperson highlights and speaks actively around it. When is it coming? When are we going to do it? Is it being fully budgeted? And I might even be worried, Chair, about what has been introduced to saying the number of people that must be in this council secretariat must even be cut out or be reduced. In fact, that organogram and the number of people, it's not even enough. We have a crisis in the country. We must match it. And we continue, through the minister's leadership, we continue to try and meet those deliverables. But it's very difficult if at all we don't match it with numbers or with money that is needed. But I'm just going to say that we must never be found at fault when we react. It's our responsibility, and we'll do it without favor of anyone. Even if we are told that we are overreacting, we will do it, because South African women and their rights, including all vulnerable groups, matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of not willing to answer the question, Chairperson, we have not at any stage decided not to want to answer any question. It may as well be that maybe the question would have needed information that is not available at the time, and you've got to respond within the number of days. And therefore you provide the answers that are available at the time. But otherwise we did answer the question and provided the figure for travel. I must say, Chairperson, that we don't travel for the sake of traveling. As a matter of fact, there are quite a number of other invitations that we do not honor. And sometimes they are very important, but you look at the resources that are available, but also the demands in the country at a particular time, and you don't honor those invitations. Mainly because, Chairperson, in some countries, for instance, there is a minister for women. Italy, they have a minister for women. They have a minister for persons with disabilities, and youth will be maybe somewhere. So if the Minister of Women has something that requires countries, South Africa or G20, they would want to invite South Africa to come, they will invite the same minister. It will be the same thing from Italy. If it is Minister for Disability, they will still invite the same ministry. So you just don't honor all of them. Otherwise, we would not be in the country almost every day if you look at how other countries are structured in terms of the ministry we are, but in other countries they're separate. But you look at those invitations, I just want to make an example. When we were invited by the Minister for Disability Inclusion in Italy, when they have the G7, it was important for us to attend, because we wanted to initiate the Disability Inclusion Working Group during our G20. and therefore to know that the G7 countries, which all of them are members of the G20 countries, are in support of us and we are there to lobby them. That was important for us to attend. And indeed, we have the support of those. But I can go on and on and on. The CSW, for instance, 69, you will have submitted your report as a country. It gets discussed there. You must be there. Commonwealth, for instance. So there will always be a reason. I'm going to Zimbabwe, for instance. I wish I could request DM because I'm not as well as all that. But Zimbabwe, they want, Africa countries, they want minister, if it is ministers' meetings. If you are a deputy minister, I have the experience of that when I was deputy minister in transport. They treat you like you are just a piece of dirt because they want the minister. And if you send, and you are South Africa, you don't attend, they think it's because you think you are a big brother. So sometimes you go to the continent so that you are saying we are working together, and decisions that get taken are not anti-South Africa, because many of them, I can go on and on and on. So there will be such meetings that we attend, but it's not all of them. Every day we receive invitations. We receive invitations from DERCO, from different countries, but it's not all of them that we honor. But we then look at those that we believe are important for the department. They talk to protocols, etc., and then we honor those. But of course, we also fly to Cape Town. As we are here, we fly to Cape Town together with our staff. It's not for free. We do it almost every week, flying to Cape Town. That will always increase the bill for traveling. I also want to agree fully with GM on the issue of creating the council. First of all, we are saying we are not an implementing department. That alone says, therefore you need something that will wake up in the morning and look at the issues of gender-based violence and femicide. The Department of Transport, where I was, it's a Department of Transport with all the modes of transport. But it is not the Department of Transport that goes out, it's SANRA, an entity out there. So I think for women and gender-based violence, femicide in particular, it's important that we do have an entity that wakes up every day to say, what else must we do in order to curb femicide, in order to curb gender-based violence, etc. And this is what we are looking at in this case. Teenage pregnancy, I agree, Doctor, with yourself in that we need to deal with the causative factors. And they are a long list. With others, they are predisposing factors, others, they are real factors, etc., etc. We are trying everything, and that is why I think the DDG is saying we're working with everybody. That is why we need the civil society. That is why we need the private sector. That is why we need, etc., so that we keep this. Some families, it's only a child that is heading the family, and it's a girl child. And they are, men, they will exploit that and impregnate this girl. I can give examples of that. But of course, others, the parents are just drinking every day. They are forever drunk. And the children and the men, they come to the house and impregnate them. So it's a list of all these things. But we have decided, as we have said, that we are actually going to come up with a framework so that we deal with it, but also that we're going to work with everybody. One thing I always sit alone as I conclude, Chairperson, which I think we did not take into cognizance. So when parents, every time you go to a meeting, they say, these children have rights. And we did not take into consideration the fact that maybe parents do not know how to parent children who now have rights. As a result, children are all over the show because parents are afraid of bringing them to order, of telling them this is right, you can't do this, because parents say children have rights. But I think for me, that was an issue which we are confessing. We would hear these children who have rights, we don't know how to parent them. As a result, as a department, we are saying one other strategy that we're going, issue that we're going to focus on is the issue of parenting. is the issue of a family, is the issue of socializing the child, working together with the communities. But this is said repeatedly by parents. Children have rights. And that for me is saying sometimes parents do not know how to parent children that have rights. Sometimes the parents who don't even know what those rights are about. Because there's nothing wrong with the child having a name. There's nothing wrong with the child having a shelter. There's nothing wrong with the child going to school. But if you don't know these rights as a person, what those rights are, then of course children take advantage of that. But for me, that was a plea from parents to say, we don't know what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister. We'll now take the next round, which is Honourable Adams and Honourable Shabango. But I want to just say, Minister and Deputy Minister, that we've got a constitutional responsibility to hold you to account. So when you do come to this platform, you are always going to be asked about consultants because you've got a very limited budget. So remember that. And you're always going to be asked about your international travel because you've got a limited budget. We understand your international obligations, but we always ask the question, how do these overseas trips translate into tangible change for women, youth and persons with disabilities that we serve? And DM, we're not saying that the 24 members that must serve in this secretariat or this setup of the National Council, that they are not needed. Clearly, we are not winning the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And quite clearly, we need a new approach. But it's also a responsibility to probe, to say, like Dr. Leklapi said, what will be the difference between this council and the work that has been done by the Commission for Gender Equality. But more than that, before you came, we had a legal opinion which said this council should start working without that secretariat. It should start convening meetings on Zoom. It doesn't need the 24 staff members. So in that way, you understand, we received a legal opinion. We are interrogating the issue to say, considering the limited resources, already we engaged with Treasury last week. They said they will still think about the funds that they will allocate or not. And it's our responsibility not to set this council up for failure. And therefore, we have to think out of the box. A, how do we get it up and running? B, how do we resource it effectively? And C, how do we make sure that it does live up to what we want it to achieve, which is to make a tangible, meaningful impact in the fight against gender-based violence. So I don't want us to misunderstand each other. We don't want to set a council up and then it fails, because it will also be, it will be a reflection of our leadership. But over to you, Honourable Adams, Honourable Shamango. It's your time in the limelight.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, the DDG, and the staff of the department, of the officials of the department. Chairperson, allow me to ask my questions of 3 pages. Thank you.
Of 3 pages.
The first one, has the department developed or verified a database on women, youth, persons with disability, owned service providers for targeted procurement? And I think, Chairperson, the department must lead by example. And then, next question, Program 4, which is the rights of persons with disability, is assigned with 19 performance targets, which are high impact initiatives. Are they achievable with a budget of only 15 million rand? And for now, Chair, my last one, what risk and mitigation strategies the department has identified in achieving its set targets? I thank you, Chair.
You misled the House with your 3 pages. Honourable Adams. Honourable Shabango.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I will also ask 3 pages. That presentation talks of expanding the SDP. I'm a bit concerned in the presence of the current challenges, and it's just the expansion of this SDP and no specific strategies that was mentioned, because currently the program is having some challenges. And the department is having the mandate of monitoring, but we are well aware that the allocation is in the provinces, different departments, which this department is supposed to monitor that. So now, how are you going to engage in this expansion of this program? Maybe the question that follows that is that is there a discussion with the treasurer to have funding of this SDP allocated in the department for proper monitoring? My next question is, I'm trying to pick here and there on the questions that I had. What measures are in place to monitor the SDP in relation to a compliance in terms of quality, procurement, and the supply to the youth? What measures does the department have in place to monitor that? The procurement, the quality, and the supply to the youth. And the other concern that one has, it's the allocation of resources. Out of the budget of the department, the 2% is allocated towards the right of the persons with a disability. Is it adequate? Excuse me. Is it talking to the NDP, the MTDP priorities? That 2% that is allocated to the people with disabilities. Oh, and another thing that is not a question on this one, it's a comment, and I think I've said it before. We're in a cluster meeting. That the employment of people with disabilities. This department is monitoring other departments. Yes, they are not, you cannot hold them accountable, but you are monitoring the interest of the people with disabilities. It cannot be in the public sector that we cannot achieve the percentage that is required. It can't. If we have to go headhunting, we have to do that, because there are people that are disabled, that have graduated. Some, they've got soft skills that the department can actually employ these people. So we cannot, this department cannot monitor other departments without this department achieving that percentage. So it's a concern that one has, that let's lead by example, then we move out to monitor. That should also expand to the private sector, but we cannot go there before we clean our house. Chairperson, let me pause there. Thank you so much for the time that's given to us.
Thank you so much, Mklonishwa. We can take responses. Over to you, DG. You can delegate upwards or downwards, sideways.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. No, where I don't know what to say, obvious, I'll send it back to them. On the database on women, youth, and persons with disabilities owned businesses, I would like the CFO to respond to that one. And sanitary dignity, it will be DDG Shoki, and the expansion without the budget, and what measures we've put in terms of procurement, monitoring, and all those, and the allocation of the resources to the rights of persons with disabilities, the 2%, DDG Shoki will talk to that. CFO will talk to that. DDG Shoki, sanitary dignity, CFO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I go? Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of the database for targeted procurement, we are required by the instruction note issued by National Treasury to utilize the service providers that are registered on the National Treasury Central Supplier Database, which is the source of entry for the department to identify potential service providers that we can utilize when we procure goods and services for the department. However, what we have done, having experienced a challenge with regard to companies owned by persons with disabilities, SCM, we have liaised with the disability unit within the department to encourage service providers through the sector to go and register on the National Treasury Central Supplier Database so that when we identify service providers, we are able to also identify those are owned by persons with disabilities. The allocation, the 2% that has been calculated as a proportion for the budget for the disability program, it's calculated in consideration of the 1.1 billion, which is not part of the budget of the department, which will be transferred to the two entities. I assume that if we do a calculation without inclusion of the 1.1 billion, the percentage will slightly increase, Chairperson. Thank you.
DDG Shoki.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the Sanitary Dignity Program, we have partnered with National Treasury. We're noting that the allocation is not adequate. But in as much as it is not adequate, we're also noting that provinces procure differently. The pricing is not the same and all. So we are trying to find a midway without being prescriptive to the provinces to do that financial analysis on what they receive and what they spend and whether there's value for money and whether we can find a way of just coming up with something that is more standard that will guide them. So that is something that is already underway with National Treasury. We are constantly negotiating with them for consideration of increasing the allocation, because we also believe that not all the girls are targeted. But we are also trying to say, can we interrogate the data that informs your budget allocation so that we can also be convinced on our part to say whatever that you've budgeted for and you've allocated to provinces, it's indeed responding to the number of the girl learners in those quintiles that we are supposed to be serving as well. So that's the work that and we were guided even by the portfolio committee to say there's different pricing and all of that. What is it that we can do? So we are engaging with them in that regard. When it comes to monitoring, we've developed a monitoring and evaluation framework, and the framework assists provinces in extracting strategic objectives and indicators that are tailor-made according to the peculiarities and the uniqueness of each province, and therefore they respond and report to the work, to us in terms of the work that they are doing. We have the committees that sit on a quarterly basis where we hold provinces accountable. They give us an account of what they are doing, but we also have our own internal auditors who audited our work, which is somehow giving them a reflection of some of the challenges emanating in provinces. We have since written to the provincial DGs. We've requested that a similar approach like the one at national should actually be reflected at the provincial level, so that internal audit is not seen to be active at national because we are just coordinators and all, but that the internal audit mechanisms are also translated further down at provincial level. So we will look forward to see whether the internal auditors, even at the provincial level, are applying their lens in terms of auditing the Sanitary Dignity Program on the entire value chain, but particularly from the procurement side, the receiving part and the distribution part of it. So that's the efforts that we have made on our part in terms of the STIP program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Didi Shuki. The other thing that we're doing with the National Treasury is that they do a transversal contract so that it is the National Treasury that agrees on the price. There's a process of transversal contract so that there's one price, because as Didi Shoki has shown, that you go to another province is the price of 2 packets for one, and all those things. So if the National Treasury is involved, there will be one price. And then there was a question on program 4, which has got 19 targets, and the budget is small. There are 2 chief directorates within the department that are responsible for disability. The other one is mainstreaming and advocacy. The other one is governance and compliance. So the programs are divided amongst the 4. But the other thing that I would like to indicate is that the department doesn't, for example, wake up and say, we'll give the Department of Women this budget, or it's a budget that they've had, but also in terms of the MTSF, the National Treasury processes, that budget is allocated in that way. And as the CFO has indicated earlier on, that disability, when the Department of Social Development transferred disability, they transferred them with a small budget. We've been trying to get a better budget from National Treasury, which we have not. So the case study that we submitted to National Treasury takes all that into consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you, honorable members. Maybe just to add on what Didi Shoki raises in relation to the sanitary dignity framework. You are right to speak about the thinking hat about centralization. It's unfortunate in this current financial year, we are still using the same system in terms of Treasury dispersing funds to provinces around that. But of course, when we were preparing for this strategic plan, we did have this thinking, Chairperson, around centralization and looking at the current operation, its challenges, and so forth. It is exactly 26 days ago when the global community was observing the menstrual hygiene day. We've reflected on a number of things that also includes, menstruation must not just be viewed or be reduced to just products, but it's a health issue. And those aspects that speaks to education, that speaks to reproductive health and rights, but also that speaks to products itself, because while our sanitary dignity, speaks to the products that we must look into beyond just the pad itself, whether you talk about menstrual cups and so forth, those products are quite important. Currently, our strategy and framework speaks to access to menstrual products for quintile 1, 2, and 3. But also the question of access, even for those quintile 1, 2, and 3, special and farm schools, access on time, it's quite important. So the issue of distribution, the issue of quality, the issue of compliance, it's one of the things that we are paying close attention to, and I really have a sense of appreciation of the question you've asked. Maybe the last comment that was raised regarding the public sector, how unacceptable it is that the public sector cannot, reach the target. In fact, we also, in our analysis, looked at beyond public sector, even the private sector, for that matter. I think our position and posture as a department, both at the level of public and private, it's unacceptable. The target, not only just on employment, but opportunities. But what has been achieved over the last couple of months since this administration, you would look at the tailored approach, working with the Department of Employment and Labor, working with Department of Higher Education and Training, which have subsequently led to the establishment of the 1 billion 1 billion fund that looks at skills development and qualified training for persons with disability. Persons with disability are very smart. They are beyond just to be reduced to just admin jobs. And we are looking into that, into evaluating which jobs, which structures, which sectors persons with disability are included in, so that it's not just specific sectors that we reduce them to. But the last one I want to mention, specific to that, one of the cabinet committee president led a resolution that even when departments bring boards or councils, they must be inclusive of persons with disability. So this is not just a indicator included here. And the index that we will be bringing to the portfolio committee will also indicate, we will evaluate all boards, all councils, the inclusion of persons with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to start by saying, Chairperson, we value this interaction with the portfolio committee, and we take it very seriously, because not only are you fulfilling your constitutional mandate, but you are holding us accountable on behalf of the 62 million South Africans. And I can tell you, Chairperson, that many of us have not slept preparing for these meetings. You think you are ready with your remarks, and you think they are not ready enough, because you want to do better and to account better to the portfolio committee. We take it very seriously, Chairperson. And the questions that you ask, we write them down. Sometimes you are even assisting us as the executive, so that we also can go back to say, but why this? Because it may as well be that it's something that we didn't take notice of, but as questions are asked, we are therefore alerted to the fact that there must be this as well. So these are actually assisting, but also we take them very seriously, Chairperson. On the disability employment equity and us being role models, Chairperson, we are actually, the target right now is 4%. The department is at 5.34%. So 1.34% above the target. Yes, we're doing well in that area, but we're not the only ones. DTIC is at 4.56%. Tourism is at 4.57%, followed by small business at 3.98%, just less than a portion to be at 4%. This is because of us talking to departments, and I think there are quite a number of departments that are below 3% but above 2%. It's quite a number of them. Of course, there's quite a number that are below 2%. And these are the departments that we're interacting with and putting a lot of pressure, even those that are below 3%, because we must be at 4%. And we're able to tell departments that we are at 5.34% and we're working as a department. And we are few for that matter, and sometimes people are thinly overstretched, and we still do the work. So yes, indeed, I think we are we are role models on that one issue. The last one, Chair, is the very issue of SDP, Sanitary Dignity Project and Program. I was surprised to know that National Treasury can transfer money to province direct for the function that it doesn't oversee. That surprises, because my understanding was that money follows function. And if that function is with another department, and it is another department that must monitor, it has to go to that department, and then it is dispatched to provinces, so that you are able to say, no, but we've been dispatching this money, you're not spending it correctly, you're not complying with, etc., etc. And therefore you go to National Treasury to say, but we can't continue dispatching this money to this province because of these reasons. But it's not like that, and sometimes you don't understand why. Like I say, there is nobody from transport who goes out to construct a road. But the money that is transferred to Sandra from National Treasury, it goes to transport, and transport transfers those 20-something billion rand to National to Sanral, for Sanral to then go out and construct the road. And therefore the department is able to monitor that money that is transferred by it. As a matter of fact, it's just that, but if it was according to what is supposed to happen, the department would be saying it's the National Treasury that must do the monitoring and the evaluation and everything else, because they are the ones that are transferring money to the provinces. But then, of course, because we have interest in what that project is doing for women, then of course we play some role. But otherwise, under the normal circumstances, and what Treasury will always advocate for, is that if it is our function, then it must come to us, then we must dispatch it, and we must be held accountable if we don't monitor how these provinces are spending the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. But on a lighter note, I also didn't sleep last night because I actually dreamt about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. I woke up.
Jeff, you are prophesying, Jeff.
I woke up thinking, really? So we also have sleepless nights.
It's good you're not sleeping.
No, I'm serious. I came in telling them I sleep. I didn't. But on a serious note, I think I value the comments that you are making about the sanitary dignity framework. We've spent a lot of time oversighting the framework. As you know, we've called the provinces. We went and attended the menstrual health in Durban. What is very clear for us, the fragmented implementation is not working. The fact that monies are given to provinces, then it's not spent, it is returned to Treasury. The fact that the way social development is implementing it and basic education is implementing it is not speaking to one another. The framework in itself needs a review. And as the Deputy Minister is saying, we need a central implementation framework, but this fragmented way of the way we're doing it is not working. The fact that some provinces can actually get money for sanitary dignity and then spend it on other things. There was one province, I can't remember which one was it Northern Cape, that spent it on compensation for employees. Free State didn't spend, they didn't deliver a sanitary pad for how many months? Gauteng, I believe now, is the biggest perpetrator of not implementing this framework. Gauteng has just gone off the map. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So really we need to look at this framework and see what we can do, but we need a single implementing partner. But also, we've heard with our oversight work, when pads go to some of these warehouses, there, if some people are in need of pocket money or a side hustle, they sell the pads. I mean, it's just unbelievable. The Treasury is making available the resources for our girls, and then we've got provinces that are acting in these manners, and we just need to address it going forward. But let me then hand over Dr. Leklape and then Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Megan Chaka.
No, just a quick comment that I appreciate the fact that you moved from pads to menstrual hygiene, but you should also elevate it, as the chair said, to menstrual health, because the issues of period pains, too much flow, because there are many other reasons why a girl child will not go there. You should also then link it to the issue about teenage pregnancies, because it becomes about reproductive health, so that we do things comprehensively and properly.
But also, I think there needs to be greater accountability for provinces that do not spend the money that has been allocated to them. Premiers must be held accountable, because at the end of the day, how will this department achieve true gender equality and empowerment of our young girls when your premiers or the various departments, basic education or social development, are not playing their part? So we just need to move to greater accountability as well. Honourable Kanile, your opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, the department and colleagues as well. Chair, I want to say, Honourable Minister, I've noticed yesterday you're in my hometown, which happens to be my constituency as well. In future, please do extend an invite. I would have loved to support your activity to empower young people. Because if, let's say, I was there and you leave and they've made some commitments, it would have assisted me to go back to do oversight to ensure that they implement what they have committed to do. In future, please do invite us. Thank you so much. Chairperson, I welcome the presentations. I think I have been largely covered by my colleagues that have spoken before myself. However, I do have a few follow-up questions as well. I think the first one is going to be on the issue of the National Council on the GBVF. I think the presentation that was given to us, it gives us some comfort. I remember last week we could not even adopt the advert because we're supposed to release the advert, but we're worried about the issue of the budget because we're made to believe that there was no budget available. So the clarity that you have given us today, it gives us some comfort. However, I just want to find out, Minister, I did not hear you answering this question. If you have answered, maybe I missed it. Are you perhaps looking at decreasing the number of members of this council? Because I think as a portfolio committee, our concern is that if we don't get the estimated budget that we are currently looking at, let's say we get a lower amount, we may find ourselves in a situation where all this budget now goes into the payment of the salaries, just like what is currently happening now. I think there's about 5 billion rands that we're getting to address the issues of GBVF, but that money, all of it goes back into just paying the salaries alone. And also coming to the issue of the NYDA board appointment, I believe that the presentation that was given to us, it was a true reflection because we did the whole process of advertising, interviewing those young people that we believe they're more than capable of turning things around and also assisting, though it is not only the responsibility of NYDA to appoint or to reduce the rate of unemployment amongst young people, but they have a big role to play. What can be done, Chairperson, if you can maybe guide us? Is there a way, or Honourable Minister, that we can use to follow up with the President? Because I believe that even though we have the interim board that is currently there, we need stability and so that we can be able to move forward. Because I also understand that as long as the board has not been appointed, they're also not able to appoint the CEO. That is why they are currently functioning with the acting CEO. I think we just need to maybe decide as a portfolio committee how we are going to handle this issue. And Chairperson, I've largely covered also on the issue of consultants. However, I just want to find out if the department is able to clarify on all the staff and skill shortages and the impact that it has on the operations. The last question that I have is going to link back to the issue of sanitary dignity products. I think this is a very concerning matter, Chairperson, as we have all alluded. In my constituency, I was only able to visit about 3 or 4 schools. And in all those schools that I've been to, none of them have received sanitary towels. And I understand that it is the DSD that is supposed to be providing from Mpumalanga. And I remember in the last presentation that we had when the MEC was there, I specifically asked her to give us a list of the exact schools where they're delivering, and if possible, and the register that is signed by the recipient so that we can know for sure that these learners, they are receiving those sanitary towels. But up to date, we have not received that response. Chair, when the presenter was giving us the presentation here, she mentioned that they're going to develop a 5-year monitoring tool with regard to the issues of sanitary dignity products. I just want to get clarity if they are going to develop a monitoring tool or they are going to modify it, understanding that the budget was made available from 2018 already. One will want to think that there should be some monitoring tool sitting somewhere. Maybe we need to modify it. But I also believe that it is very important that this monitoring tool is developed or modified ASAP. Because what I've also discovered during the presentation that we received from various provinces, they present on different things altogether. You can't even follow the money. You don't even know how much is spent on sanitary towels, how much is spent on courier services or transportation, depending on what system they're using. And others, they're still giving the sanitary towels to the secretaries of the schools, and which make the learners also feel embarrassed to go and ask for the sanitary towels now because they still need to go to that person. But you also have a province that goes to school every quarter. They give the learners three packs. I think it's a pack of 12. The learners 3 packs for the quarter. Then they're going to come back again at the beginning of the next quarter. So when you look at this presentation, they they're just very different. I don't know if there is a tool that we can develop and give to all these 9 provinces so that when they come in and give us presentation, they know exactly what we expect from them. Maybe if we can have something like that can be able to assist us. That is all from my side, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Kanile. Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And greetings to honorable members, the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and the delegation as well. And I would just like to start off by appreciating the presentations that have been given to us. I think some of my questions have been answered, but one would want to start at a point of saying that in terms of the budget that has been indicated for persons with disabilities in the department, which is the 2%, how will this budget, and I know that the Minister did make reference or did respond to a question of this nature, how will this budget actually assist or support us in achieving the NDP and the MTDP priorities? And then also in terms of us speaking about the global sustainability goals, are we able to, as a department, say that we are nearer to reaching those goals? We know that by 2030, there are certain goals that have been set in the NDP. What is the department's view or reflection in terms of reaching the set and prescribed goals? My second question will then come to the Equity Act. There was a response under the Equity Act, but it was based on persons with disabilities. My question would be centered around, in terms of the Equity Act, what is the department doing in order for this Equity Act to be protected? That's number one. Number two, what is the role of the department in ensuring that the Equity Act is finding expression and it is implemented in government institutions, which is quite important, and how many government institutions are not meeting their targets? And I think one thing that we do not do a lot of the time is that we do hear of departments that are not meeting set targets, but we never name those departments. So I think it's important for us to know which are those departments in terms of the Equity Act that are not complying, how long have they not been complying, and what are the recommendations from this department in terms of accountability and consequence management as they would be, as part of your recommendation. My other question is centered around the NYDA. This department is the custodian of the NYDA. Now, we await the appointment of the incoming board, and we do hope that the president does pronounce that quite soon, so that we can see the new interim, interim board actually functioning and leaving no vacuum. And I think it has been indicated that there will not be a vacuum in the process of us appointing the NYDA board, with instructions or recommendations from the minister to extend the current board as, what is it called? Extend the term, sorry. But now, what is the department's plan in supporting the work of the NYDA? Number one, what is going to be your overall oversight responsibility? And because we know that the largest chunk of the department's finances go to this entity, how are you going to monitor how that money is being spent by NYDA? And I think just on the element of NYDA as well, how is the department ensuring that NYDA is supporting the mandate of the department? Because when we speak about young people, we do not speak about young people who are not diverse. They are in the diversity. So we speak about meeting the targets of the department by ensuring young persons with disabilities access opportunities through the NYDA. Young women are accessing opportunities through the NYDA. The LGBTQA plus young people are accessing opportunities as well. And then those who are in remote areas, in rural areas, townships, how is this department going to ensure that those services, those products are reaching the disadvantaged and those who do not have the opportunity to go to the NYDA, website or facilities? Also on the NYDA, one would want to also find out what is the plan, and I don't think I saw this in the presentation. I know when we did our oversight, we did make a recommendation in terms of the cost, rental cost. What are we doing in terms of sort of minimizing that, or having satellite stations that are going to be set up in our townships and in our rural areas in order for us to ensure that there is no young person who is distant from accessing opportunities of the NYDA. Also taking an appreciation that the NYDA cannot solve on its own the issue of unemployment amongst young people. What is the department's recommendation in terms of interdepartmental collaboration to support the work of the NYDA in addressing high rates of unemployment amongst young people? My last one then, Chairperson, would be in terms of persons with disabilities. I would like to find out from the department, and I know that in your strategic plan, I did not see this being highlighted. In terms of ensuring that the departments are complying with the programs, APPs, and targets that are in relations to persons with disabilities, what is then the role of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities when we know what the mandate is? And how do we ensure that then there are consequences put in place, consequence management put in place in order for us to ensure that there is improvement in our state-owned institutions and departments, but also what is the role in ensuring that the private sector is also complying? And I think it's very important because at this point we are seeing more and more persons with disabilities who find themselves disadvantaged from accessing opportunities, and also those who have to leave school because the system kicks them out. And we have engaged with the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education and Labor on this issue in terms of how can we ensure that persons with disabilities are able to enter into the open labor market. But I think the allocation of that 2%, how is that going to assist in addressing this broader issues that are facing persons with disabilities? Who are the departments that you have collaborated with? How are you going to ensure that in terms of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, they are achieving their targets, and you're part of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation on the successful implementation of those programs, because budgets are allocated. We can no longer have departments who are returning budgets because they have underspent on programs of persons with disabilities, on programs of young people, programs of women. How can this department ensure that it also assists the various departments and its entities to ensure that they are meeting those targets, and we remove this element of returning budgets to Treasury, especially the budgets that are meant for persons with disabilities? And I think many persons with disabilities are very frustrated when we find out that budgets are returned, but yet so many of them are very much disadvantaged and live below the poverty line and do not even have assistive devices, access to technology, access to education, access to employment opportunities. And I think this department needs to really be more aggressive. We have seen the great work that has already been done, but I think we need to start to amplify it and ensure that all departments are playing that role as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Whip. I just quickly wanted to add a few questions before we move to responses. I wanted to just get an update on your vacancies, current vacancies, and which critical vacancies will be filled in this 2025-2026 financial year. Then with regards to your ICT challenges, or has the Master Information Technology Strategy and Plan been approved and implemented, as this target has been a challenge in the past? Then with regards to the Treasury's database that is not adequate in terms of the data on the percentage of procurement spent and on entities owned by women, youth and persons with disabilities, I did hear the response earlier. But is there scope for us to work with Treasury in terms of fixing the challenges with the database or possibly creating your own? Then I wanted to know, why is the analysis of APPs of departments outsourced when you have an M&E unit? It's your core work. And it's not okay to outsource your core work, unless I understood the responses earlier. I didn't catch what was said earlier. Then we've got with your gender responsive budgeting, monitoring and evaluation and auditing framework, which departments will be monitored in the 2025-2026 financial year. And I also want to say that during our engagements with Treasury last week, they pointed out that their assessment is that departments do not understand the framework and therefore they cannot implement it. They lack an understanding of the framework. So my question really is, will the framework be reviewed? Then, with regards to the NYDA, we did pass a resolution this morning, Honourable Minister. We do understand that the President is the appointing authority. We did pass a resolution that we will write to the President and ask him for feedback or an update in terms of where we are. Because in our last meeting, we did pass a resolution as well, appealing to the President to finalise this work within the month of June. But in terms of the amended Act, the Minister is allowed 2 ex officio appointments. So I just want to know whether you've already nominated your 2 nominees that will serve on the board. And then also I think it becomes, it's been raised by Honourable Whip, but I mean it becomes problematic that it's now almost 8 months down the line and we've still got an interim board in place. And more than that, 2 officials on that interim board are now deployed elsewhere, because I saw the chairperson has already taken up another post within higher education. She's been appointed to another board. That's double dipping. Got an MPL serving, as far as I'm aware. That's also double dipping. So really we just want to get to a point where this matter is finalised, but I want to hear whether the Minister has applied her mind to her 2 appointments. Then I think we've dealt with the issues around the sanitary dignity framework. It is clear that this framework requires work because it's being implemented in a haphazard manner. And then I wanted to ask, there's a slide that speaks, it says slide 11, it says measuring impact. And it lists all your GBV activities or initiatives. It says 54 provincial, district and local GBV structures will be capacitated in the 9 provinces. It talks about 5 GBV prevention programs will be monitored, 25 national departments. It gives a whole list of activities, talk shops, seminars, etc. And then the question really becomes, how do we measure the impact of these workshops, events, programs? Because again, I'm asking this considering your limited resources, the fact that there's also a mention that you have to fund the 365 days campaign. So just a question in that regard. I think I will leave it there for now. Yes? No?
I just have 2 questions.
You want to add?
Yes,
please add.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunities and I do sincerely apologize. I actually wanted to ask with the department in terms of the evaluation and monitoring on the equity. They did speak in terms of, you know, they themselves as a department really surpassing even the set and prescribed goal when it comes to persons with disabilities. My question would be centered around what has been the monitoring and evaluation on the performance of provinces and municipalities on employing young people, women and persons with disabilities. And on top of that, it would be additionally to say the persons with disabilities that are being employed, are they being employed contract-based or what is this, permanent? And how many from you know, the government institutions, whether it is provincial or in municipalities, local municipalities, and also nationally, are put in senior, executive, and management positions, which is very important because we are finding more and more stats that says we have employed persons with disabilities and then we put them to go and handle administration, switchboard, etc. How many persons with disabilities are actually directors sitting in executive positions, management, within all the 9 provinces and within the municipalities? the last one, Chairperson, in terms of the goals that have been set for the sanitary dignity program, I just wanted to find out in terms of the breakdown, what is the exact breakdown in terms of the performance of provinces since we last engaged with them? I'm not sure if there are any new statistics. Has there been any development, especially in provinces that have underperformed, where they've got a surplus of resources allocated to them? And also, what is the department's recommendation in terms of ensuring that there's consequences for those departments that are not utilizing the sanitary dignity budgets adequately? And I think that's very important. The last on that one would also be, are you able to give us a breakdown on how many schools are receiving this, are recipients of this program, the special needs schools, the ABITs, the Contour 1 until Contour 3, and then is there a possibility of expanding this program? But I think also that would put us at a risk if we are unable to manage what we already have at this point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Whip. And then lastly, my last question before we go to responses. There's a mention on page 5 of your strat plan that says, additionally, we will reimagine, restructure and adequately resource the National Youth Development Agency and its programs, transforming it into a national agency that's not only fit for purpose, but also inclusive, responsive and representative of all youth. I want to just get an indication of the how that will be done. Thank you very much. So I think you've survived 4 rounds of questions. So this is the last round then.
They are a tough group.
So over to you, DG, to delegate upwards, downwards and sideways.
I was looking at them when they're looking at me. They'll speak like, oh, what you think Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chauke Adonis, I would like to request to submit a report. We do have a report that says which schools, whether farm schools, special schools, or those schools. We do have a report that says how many schools. Yeah, not just which schools, but how many schools. And which says which provinces, because Free State is one of the provinces that is not using the money, it's getting the money, but it's not using the money for the past 3 years or whatever. And National Treasury will end up taking the money because there was a time where Northern Cape was not using the money and the National Treasury reduced the budget. So with regard to sanitary dignity, we will submit a report. We do have a report, but also our internal audit, DDG Shoki responded to that earlier on, worked with because in the provinces, we have to work with the internal audit of the National Treasury in order for them to monitor, because we couldn't monitor. You would ask for information and they wouldn't give you. So our internal audit worked with the internal audit of the provinces. And the report showed that there's something amiss that is happening. There is a possibility of fraud and all those things, but unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. National Treasury must do something about it. But we will be able to give the report on all the issues on sanitary dignity. And the issue of expansion, I think the National Treasury has increased. I think it's Honorable Kanyile who said the program started in 2018 or something like that. Yes, it started in 2018, and ever since the budget has been increasing. I think they started at about 120 something million. Now they are giving plus minus 170, the total figure that is being distributed. So it does increase, but maybe not enough. We did submit a report to National Treasury to show that with the money that you are giving us, this is how much we're able to give to, or how many students are able to receive. There's still a shortfall. National Treasury, when we met with them, they said we will look into that, but I think we have not yet, I think we have not yet received that money. So we will definitely submit a report. So we will not be able to, we won't respond to all the sanitary dignity because we'll give you a report that shows what's happening. We have proper reports because we meet with the provinces, that we have quarterly meetings and all those. And we definitely link it to menstrual hygiene. There's a term that they use that looks at even the sanitary dignity at schools and all the sanitation at schools, because sanitation is also critical. So there's a program that looks into all that. We work with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that it's provided for. The NYDA board, it has already been addressed. The CEO is already appointed cabinet because it's recommended to cabinet. Cabinet appoint. Minister will talk to that in terms of when it was appointed. And then the issue of consultant, that we use consultants. We've reported many times here that we don't even have, the way we are structured and resourced to fail, we don't even have certain posts that are necessary. For example, for a long time, we didn't have labor relations officer. We don't have a driver. We don't have so many things that you need them in order for you to be able to function. So it's not consultants, it's contract work, but it's recorded as consultants. But also, as it was said, when you look at issues of sign language and all those, they are captured under consultants. When you look at issues of translation and they captured under that. In order for the department to function, we need those things. A disability unit, and both the chief directorate and whatever, I think they have personnel, I think about 12 or 13, in order for them, because it includes even support, your aid, personal aid and all those things. In order for them to function, sometimes we have to bring in contract employees, not because there's a structure, there's no structure. We have to move when there's a vacant post somewhere, we take that money and use it, whatever. It's dysfunctional in that sense that you can't expect us to do certain work when we don't even have a driver or all those. And then there was an issue of the 2%. The CFO has already indicated that is 2% of the entire budget, which includes NYDA, CGE, and the department. And when you look at it from that angle, even the budget of the department is slow. In terms of achieving the NDP and the because the question was, does the 2% budget, will it help us to achieve the goals of NDP and the MTDP? What is in the NDP and what is in the MTDP is not what is supposed to be achieved by the department. Every government department has to ensure that they implement issues of disability, women empowerment, and youth. I think the other questions, it's DDG Shoki and Bernice who will respond to them. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. You've requested that we provide a breakdown of how many schools are recipients from Quintal 1, 2, and special schools on sanitary. That information we will provide. It is available. And the concern was raised around the budget for the 365 action plan or campaign. We consider the issue of gender-based violence and femicide to be the one that takes a whole of society approach and a whole of government approach. So it's not something that is supposed to be budgeted for purely, specifically or solely by the Department of Women. All these government departments make provision for that in terms of their budget and in line with the NSP MNE indicator framework that we already have, including working in partnership with GCIS. So we are expected, all of us, to talk about these issues, to create awareness and all of that in line with our core business. So it's happening across the board. But within the department itself, we have made a provision from the CARA funding, and we are still processing our own internal processes in finding a mechanism of spending this money using the prevention approach in terms of GBV issues in this regard. Then the issue of we are developing a tool for monitoring on sanitary. I am not aware of a tool, but I am aware of the mechanisms that are in place to translate or to implement the sanitary dignity program from an M&E perspective, that we are using the sanitary oversight committees or monitoring committees I alluded to earlier on a quarterly basis meeting. We have a template that we shared with them. They give the information as per that template, and we consolidate our own quarterly report. So I will follow up. If there is new information around this tool, I will respond and indicate. But what we are currently utilizing are the institutional mechanisms that we've put in place, including the committees that are put in place in the schools in monitoring the distribution of the sanitary programs, with their limitations, of course, but that's what we are currently using. Then how do we measure the impact of the programs? Like we say, we train people at national or provincial and all. What would normally happen, there'll be some kind of a baseline kind of questionnaire that gets asked before the training commences, just to get a sense of where people are at. And after the training as well, you do the same, and it gives you a sense whether people have grasped. But the manner in which they will then implement will also be giving testimony to the fact that do they understand the issues, and we then step in when we meet them, because we keep engaging them and find out what challenges are they encountering and all of that. But if we don't build the capacity, it's also impossible to expect them to understand the issues and hit the ground running. So it is incumbent on us to make sure that we do it, but we do that first level assessment and we do it even afterwards. We can do better, but that's what is currently in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the questions that have been posed regarding the NYDA, the DG already alluded to the issue of the CEO, which Minister will further give information. And then also the Chairperson mentioned on follow-up mechanism to the President. And then the department is actually committed to supporting the work of the NYDA. I previously mentioned that we continue monitoring the performance of the NYDA to ensure that it has achieved on its target as planned within the APP as well as the strategic plan. And in that regard, we receive quarterly reports from the NYDA, and we monitor whether or not those targets have been achieved. And sometimes we do meet with the NYDA, where they also make presentations on their quarterly reports. And in instances where there is non-performance, we do have a discussion with them. Recently, when we had a meeting with the NYDA, for an example, we alluded to the fact that they need to also account on the targets where they have actually received external funding from other sources. And then the other question was regarding the how NYDA's products and services reach persons with disabilities as well as persons in rural areas. You, Chairperson and honorable members, will see when the NYDA make a presentation this coming Friday that when they give their report, it's actually disaggregated in terms of, gender, is also disaggregated in terms of geographical area, and then also is disaggregated in terms of vulnerable groups such as persons with disabilities. And furthermore, the NYDA has developed a disability strategy which is in place, which shows how they are actually prioritizing persons with disabilities. The NYDA also has got a rural strategy on youth empowerment, which actually shows how the NYDA is reaching out to young people who are in deep rural areas. We also know that the NYDA has got in person 44 branches which are distributed across the country, and some of these branches are actually located in deep rural areas. And then the other question was regarding the interdepartmental collaboration. of the NYDA to address the issue of youth unemployment. In that regard, for an example, the NYDA is implementing the National Youth Service Program. And in doing that, they also ensure that they coordinate implementation with other government departments. So there are government departments that are also implementing the National Youth Service Program. And then the NYDA also work with other government departments, for an example, the Department of Human Settlement, where they support the rural housing development projects. So these are some of the things that, the NYDA is doing in ensuring that they work with other government departments. And then finally, to ensure that the NYDA prioritize rural areas, when they discovered that there is high unemployment rate in Northwest Province, they then introduced targeted projects such as a project in agriculture to be implemented in Northwest Province. So it means that they do pay attention in terms of the pockets of areas where there is a need and design programs to respond to the needs of young people. Thank you.
Chairperson, Mbazima will respond to the one on the vacancies, but before he comes in, I just want to respond to the questions which you had and Honorable Chauke Adonis had also about the analysis of the APPs. We work with DPME because the DPME is the one that is responsible for the APPs. It receives them and approves them. So when they receive the APPs, they send them to the department for the department to analyze whether the departments have mainstreamed women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And then we also have to monitor, to analyze whether the provinces and the municipalities, as I said, that there are 252 municipalities and there are DDMs and all those. So there was a question earlier on in terms of we've appointed a service provider to analyze those, to get them and to analyze them. That's when, because the unit that is responsible for that has 1 or 2 people that are working on that. As we always say that we are structured and resource to fail, but we do monitor. We work with DPME. When we raise issues, DPME takes them back to the departments to say you must address 1, 2, 3. So we do analyze. There's a difference between analyzing and then signing those or approving the APPs and the implementation. That's a different story. But also there was a question about National Treasury having said departments do not understand the GBVF. The gender-based analysis training program that I referred to earlier on, that we will share the website details so that even members of Parliament can go through it. It's a very interesting training. Will assist government departments to be able to implement this, because what the framework says, all government has to mainstream women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So the gender responsive, it says GR is gender responsive, but the planning department in the presidency, when it plans, it must mainstream women, because if we can mainstream women, youth, and persons with disabilities in planning, the budget will follow. But that's what doesn't happen. So the budget, the B, it's about budget. National Treasury, make sure that you mainstream women. So it's not everybody implementing everything, but from budgeting, it says monitoring and evaluation, which is DPME, and then it says auditing. When you audit, make sure that it's easy, but it's because government departments don't know how to mainstream women, youth, and persons with disabilities. That's where the training is meant to help them to achieve. So once they understand that, they will be able to implement it. And the chairperson asked about the MITSP. We are in the process of implementing it. It's being implemented. We finalized it long ago. And we are in the process also of automating many of the services of the department. Yeah, I think I've responded to all that. And then, 365 days. The 365 days, it's not just about the Department of Women. 365 days says if each and every government, because even the economic sector, I'm just making an example in terms of gender-based violence, even the economic sector has a responsibility on gender-based violence. When you go to the mines, there's violence in the mines. There are women who are being raped, there have been women who've been killed underground and all those things. So if every department can host an event towards gender-based violence, then it will be 365. It's not just the department that is every day will be hosting events, even in terms of youth empowerment. So if all government departments can do that, we will definitely have a 365 days event. Mbazima?
Thanks.
Vacancies.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, the critical positions which are going to be filled this financial year, it's a DDG, monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination. I think this position has been on the agenda for quite some time, but now progress has been made now. And then the Chief Director, International Relations, Stakeholder Management and Coordination. Also, this position has been vacant for quite some time. Both these positions were vacant from 2021, but progress has been made because everything now is on course for them to be filled. And there's a Director, Security and Work Environment, and this position became vacant last year, but it's going to be filled. It has been advertised. And there's also a post here, a Director in the Youth Chief Directorate. It became vacant early this year. It's going to be filled as well. Other critical position to be filled is Deputy Director Internal Audit. It has been advertised last year. Unfortunately, we could not get a suitable candidate in terms of the requirements that were set by National Treasury. It has since been re-advertised, and it will be filled as quickly as possible. And also the position as STEM Director, Strategic Planning and Reporting. The post also became vacant this year. It's a critical post in terms of reporting, and it will be filled. And also we have Assistant Director, Organizational Development. It became vacant last year, but it's going to be filled because it's one of the critical positions. It's a compliance, because it deals with compliance. Another critical position is an internal auditor, because currently it's the internal audit unit is the director and one internal auditor, and that internal auditor is on maternity leave as we are here. So technically it's one director internal audit. So the deputy director internal audit and the internal auditor will assist the unit in performing its functions. The other position, I didn't list them, it's a lower level position. They are critical as well, but they are not as critical as this one that I've highlighted above. Thanks, Chairperson.
I know we are well out of time, so I'm going to ask the DM and the Minister to respond and also make it your closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to respond to some few points. I won't necessarily go to points that maybe require much more in-depth conversation with the Portfolio Committee. I will accept that the Chairperson will invite the department to come report, because here we are presenting the plans. But I think some of the points that members of the committee asked, really it's a reflection, and it does demonstrate a little bit of hunger and appreciation that we must come back and converse more on these, and also to provide progress. Honorable Kanyile highlighted a number of issues, and I think the team has touched on it, including the Chairperson's point. And I think we appreciate the fact that the committee will also follow up with the letter to the President around the NYDA board. One, we have a sense of appreciation of the work that was done by the Portfolio Committee in thoroughly going through the appointment process and so forth. Of course, there are a number of issues, of course, that we can follow through, but I think we do have a sense of appreciation. Indeed, the board needs to be appointed, governance needs to be observed, in terms of that. But what Minister did when the term of office ended was to put the interim board. And that interim board has got a responsibility to deliver on the task. So there was no leadership vacuum in terms of the board itself and so forth. So I think the points that the chairperson have raised in terms of one or two members of the board, in terms of taking up other responsibility are noted, but we await the president's appointment of NYDA board. And maybe just to also appreciate this point around the sanitary dignity products again. I mean, you are quite correct, and I think DDG Chabalala was trying to highlight some of the processes and mechanisms as department we follow in terms of accountability of provinces when it comes to sanitary dignity. We have integrated this in our strategy, and I can assure you that tracking the money has always been our business and our interest as well as a department, to saying that this money first is not enough. Secondly, sanitary products must be available. This is not a matter of choice. Menstruation, women experience, girls experience it monthly. So it's really important that we track every cent to avoid any kind of corruption, any kind of mishap about this little money that we are experiencing. Our wish, no doubt, still is that we wish that South Africa, and South African women and girls in their diversity could have access everywhere they are when it comes to that. But right now we work with what we have. Maybe on the point that Honorable Chauke Adonis raised around whether the budget assists us in achieving the goals, particularly the 2% that was mentioned. One would appreciate that achieving the goals in the National Development Plan and the MTDP plan, there are a number of things. The budget we have that speaks to advocacy, that speaks to monitoring, that speaks to coordination, and we have those quarterly mechanisms, particularly that relates to persons with disability and working with civil society and private sector. But I think when you expand to what has been integrated and what are the goals of the MTDP, one must speak to the issues that relates to the white paper, in particular, reasonable accommodation for persons with disability, assistive devices, social protection, trainings, and so forth. We've sent even communication to specific departments that are responsible for procuring assistive devices in order to look at what has been budgeted in this current financial year for persons with disabilities. So when we come back to report, Chair, we will be able to provide those specific updates. No doubt, Honorable Chauke Adonis, the issue of protecting the Employment Equity Act is quite key. Its mandate is really to eliminate any kind of discrimination, unfair discrimination, and also just to look at the, implication for the, or implementation for the affirmative action. And part of it really, it's really about how we deal with the issue of ensuring that the tools that we have, or that we utilize to monitor departments. In our APP, I think it was, Vanya who was presenting, and she articulated how many departments we are going to be monitoring. And in this financial year, across women, youth, and persons with disability, we're going to be monitoring 25 departments. So we will be able to even articulate the number of people that are being employed in what positions and so forth. So we'll come back with this information. We want the members of the portfolio committee to have a sense of appreciation that our plan includes what we should be able to come back and account to this committee around these issues. So indeed, we have to meet those desired It does go back to the point that Honorable Species raised earlier, whether this budget versus the plan, are they speaking to one another? Because that's a reality that we must face And I think I did touch on it when I said it's never enough in terms of what has been allocated to us. Maybe the last point I want to touch around NYDA, Chair. The question that members of the Portfolio Committee ask are important, because it's really a question of what does this measurable ways to monitor the NYDA. The first one, we have what we call the shareholder performance agreement. And that allows us not only just about representatives of the ministry, but just to actually look at issues around responsibility, funding modality, and also looking at performance target of NYDA. So we do have a direct responsibility around that. So that measure, we utilize it. And this goes beyond just meetings and updates of their report, but it's actually to go through the targets that are included there. And maybe just to indicate, NYDA has additional things in terms of corporate agreements that they sign. We also do pay attention on those, whether it's corporate agreement with IDCs or CEFAs and so forth. So it's part of our responsibility to monitor that in terms of how they report these updates. But we're going to be utilizing the measures that is upon us to do that and to do better, because it's quite important for the youth development of our country. And maybe, Chair, you've raised the issue of what was in page 5 in relation to reimagining our own national youth mechanism, national youth development. It was intended, when we integrated this in our strategy and in our APP, was to say that we have a crisis in the country, and if you evaluate what the previous administrations have done, the previous administrations have delivered quite a lot, policy shift, programs and so forth, laws. But now that there's a growing demand, is this demand met by the supply? And that's a fundamental thing. So we are intentional in this financial year to say we are not going to treat youth development as just business as usual. When we speak about economic growth, when we speak about employment opportunities and so forth, educations and access, you have to reimagine youth development in our country. And that's why we've integrated it, is to consult with the stakeholders of youth development in our country, and to actually then say, what does the rest of the MTDP and our national development plan look like for youth development? So our youth reimagination is not just about NYDA, it's about the mechanism and it's about the entirety of our youth development in response. So I think in closing, to say that we appreciate the work of the Portfolio Committee and even calling us into this space to come present. We look forward to the invitation of coming to our account. We are not members of this Portfolio Committee. We come into this Portfolio Committee by invitation. And I want to rehash that one, because I've heard yourself, Honorable Kanyile, whenever you speak in the public platform, am I supposed to respond? Okay, allow me. Are you going to protect me when you are refusing or rejecting my point there? Okay, thank you. So the point that I'm saying is that we come to the Portfolio Committee by invitation. We don't miss the most important Portfolio Committee we account in. So please bear with us that when we are not here, it will be that we are not invited, but we respect this platform and we will definitely come through whenever we are called. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. On the question regarding the 2 ex-officio members without voting rights who are designated by the minister from the department and acting in an advisory capacity, we're ready. Anytime the board is announced, then the 2 members will just be ready. So that one is definitely not an issue. They are from the department, and it is as well that it's not difficult. I also want to confirm what has been said, that the interim board performs the functions of the board until the new board is appointed. So it's got the powers of the board. It's just that it's an interim board. And that is why they were able to go ahead and appoint the CEO, who I believe the portfolio committee will meet soon, because he will start at the NYDA on the 1st of July. I apologize for not informing you about my visit to Ligwa. Maybe, Chairperson, it will be important that we know the members as to where they come from, because sometimes it's not in your mind immediately that there is a member of the portfolio committee. Otherwise, you would have just informed the member that we come into Ligwa. But of course, Honorable Kanyele, on a very lighter note, we should have appreciated that I've contracted the roads in Standerton when I was at transport, when you could not drive. When you could not drive. Yes, with regards to increasing the number of council, definitely we're not planning to increase the number of council members, because they are in the legislation. It's 8 from 8 departments and 7 from private sector and civil society, those that are recruited by the portfolio committee. There are issues from the civil society, because what they would have wanted to see happening is that the civil society and the private sector have more numbers than the state. But the portfolio committee, I understand, when they were actually processing the bill, they said, no, if this entity will be funded by the state, it cannot be that the state is less in terms of numbers, etc., etc. So there is that in the background, but it's a matter that we're attending to. Yes, but otherwise, with the act that is before us, you can't change, because the act there, unless you decide to amend the act. That will be the issue. I also want to say, Chair, with regards to the issue of the NYDA and us wanting to reimagine. NYDA is a Schedule 3 entity, together with entities such as air traffic navigation services, road, RAF, for instance. It's in that category. But it's an entity that it doesn't hold AGMs, I'm making an example, to account to the shareholder and to give report to the shareholder, and the shareholder to approve, for instance, the appointment of the ARC, the appointment of and the payment of the Auditor General, etc., etc. These are some of the things that we think we should actually put in place, so that we are actually able to say the governance is better managed at NYDA. But of course, there are other programs that NYDA is executing. There's nothing wrong with us actually looking at them very closely. If you are talking about training and skills development, but what then do you benefit out of that? Do you have any exit opportunities for the people that you are training, and look at that? We would wish to ensure that NYDA is accessible. But the more you open offices without increasing their budget, the more you are taking from the budget that you should actually use and spend for empowering young people. So there's always that issue. But indeed, we do want to see NYDA that is accessible to young people. So yes, indeed, we will not work far from NYDA, particularly as the shareholder, and with the board that is going to be with us for the next 3 years, and the CEO that will be with us for the next 5 years. We think there's more that we can do. Chairperson, I think many of the questions that were asked have already been responded to. I want, on behalf of the department, to thank you, Chair, but also to thank the members. It's normal when it's supposed to be abnormal. It's normal that people will not take the work of a committee such as this one seriously. But there are members who, each time we appear before the portfolio committee, they are here and they take their work very seriously. We appreciate that. And for each time we interact with you, we learn something. For each time we interact with yourselves, there's something to take home and to actually say, let's look at this, let's correct this, let's improve on this one. We thank you again, Chairperson, for the opportunity and we hope that you are going to support our budget.
Hey, that budget, as casual.
I'm just letting you. It's a hard one. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Trape. Sorry, Minister, have you concluded?
I think indeed.
Just wanted to respond to the DM. That when I deliberately said we react as government, I said it intentionally. And I'm glad that you repeated the fact that you react. What the country needs is beyond the reaction. You then need to respond. And when you respond, it requires interaction with others so that we look at it widely in terms of what the implications are. And that's what we're asking. And we're asking that as a new parliament, inheriting something from the past, that you be patient with us when we ask certain questions about those structures. Because what you create has a long-term effect on meager resources, and the issue of duplication and people fighting for authority becomes a major issue going forward in terms of efficiency and effectiveness.
Yeah, I don't want members to have running battles with our minister and deputy minister, but I see sometimes people can't help themselves, so they just put their foot in it. But no, Minister, you said you thanked, eh?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm just like, we must, if this chair is spoken, thank you.
Caucus. Yes. Okay. Colleagues, I want to just end off where the minister, I don't know if you've looked at the program. Your budget vote was scheduled for the 8th of July. It's been brought forward to the 3rd of July. Unfortunately, that puts undue pressure on our timeframes. We will meet on Friday with the NYDA, on Tuesday with the CGE, and then on Wednesday adopt the report during lunchtime before we debate our budget on Thursday. So please just take note of those timeframes. Tomorrow, you have been invited to the meeting with the French ambassador, gender envoy. We'll be visiting Parliament, and if you don't have the details, just speak to Yolanda. Minister, you made a mention of the fact that honourable members are dedicated to the work of this portfolio committee, and I couldn't agree more. And that's why I always say when we come here and we might disagree on issues, we are all passionate about the work that must be done. We are all passionate about advancing women's empowerment, gender equality, and fighting together this national crisis that is gender-based violence. DM, we've heard your appeal about invitations, but remember this is your portfolio committee, so when we send you the program of our activities and what we will be doing, you're automatically invited to attend. But from now on, we'll make sure that we send you individual invitations, but you're automatically invited to be part of all our meetings. No, don't be like the MEC for Social Development in Gauteng who said we detain her too long at meetings. But at the end of the day, thank you very much to all of you. I know we are well over time. I just want to appeal that all outstanding replies can be sent to us by Friday. We want to report on that vacancies, on the critical vacancies that will be filled. Give us just a list of those that you mentioned. We want a full report on your use of consultants. I heard what the DG said. But you're now speaking about service providers, you are speaking about sign language interpreters. We want a full report on that. We also would like to get your business case with the new organogram that you're proposing that will include the 342 new posts. And then we'll continue talking about the NYDA, but we have taken a resolution to write to the President today to ask for an update. We will continue talking about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. And then finally, Minister, I would just like to remind you to go and look at some of our BRRR recommendations from last year. I think a lot of those issues remain. For example, just to say that some of those recommendations, we are asking the department to submit a list of government departments who are not willing to work with you. The department should provide a report on schools they were denied access entry to. The department must work collaboratively where possible, considering your financial constraints, and all of these issues remain relevant. I can read all of them. We speak about vacancies, consultants, and all of the other issues. But thank you again to all honourable members, to all the stakeholders. Thank you to the department, and I'm sorry that we delayed you until 2 o'clock. But you can see that these engagements are important, and that's why we need you at all meetings, where possible. Where possible, DM. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Long live the chair.
And my
Megan,